gonna pause this and launch the game.
Yeah, because I didn't want to hear the credits song to a game I haven't seen, so I had to quickly mute your thing. You fool. You foolish fool.
Alright. Oh, there we go. Excellent. Okay. Play the game again after 3 days? That's an achievement?! Did you see that?!
Yeah, I did, and I was confused.
Don't be a quitter. Play the game after 3 days of having not played it. Well, I'm sorry, Paranormasight, that I can't play the game every single day. I've never seen an achievement like that before. Alrighty then.
Sorry.
Ah, yes, we were talking to Mio. About
the curse.
About the curse.
What is this What is this curse? Am I cursed?
Well, I've only looked into it a little, but I wouldn't quite say you're cursed. It's more like you've gained the ability to use the power of a curse. So there shouldn't be any kind of negative paranormal effect on you.
The power to use a curse? Do you mean this curse stone?
Yes, if the curse stone is used under certain conditions, a curse will be placed on someone, taking their life and turning it into soul dregs. Soul dregs are said to be required to enact the rite of resurrection. Normally, a curse is a spell that would only be usable by onmyoji of considerable talent. I believe that curse stone makes it so that even normal people can use them.
More curse. So someone like me with no knowledge of curse could curse someone.
Yes, but it's still nothing to take lightly. You could end up having it redirected right at you. To tell you the truth, something unusual did happen when we were using the spirit board. It happened right around midnight, I think. This whole area seems to be under the effect of the Feast of Shadows.
The Feast of Shadows?
Yes, it's a type of spell that temporarily boosts the potency of the supernatural. It also has the effect of making the powers of certain curse echoes manifest more easily. Judging by its strength, I'd say it probably covers about 3 or 4 kilometer radius.
3 to 4 kilometers? That's big enough to cover all of Sumida City!
Yes, I think the Feast of the Shadows was used to cause the resentment lingering in the area to manifest as curse stones. Someone did this. Oops. It said but who.
But who?
I don't know enough to say. But it's likely that it was done by someone who wants to uncover the rite of resurrection.
It was probably...
This isn't something to happen
City
naturally.
Game Studio Duckers? I see! This is why you... Ooh, files. A technique that allows one to create a field that temporarily boosts spiritual energy. In addition to amplifying the spiritual power of a particular area, it can be used to amplify the strength of grudges and desires tied to the area. The effectiveness of the Feast of Shadows is dependent on the abilities of the user, but it's possible to limit the scope and range of the spell to such a degree that one could use it to amplify the power of even those not naturally gifted with spirit sense.
A curse stone's powers can only be used in this area under the influence of the Feast of Shadows. The effects also only appear after the sun is set, so that by setting a limit on when they can be used, the curses are strengthened.
So the curse can't be used outside this area or during the day?
Correct. But speaking of limits, to actually use a curse to kill someone, it seems there are conditions that need to be met.
Conditions? You mean like how my curse echo needs someone to listen to the sound of it makes for 30 seconds? To be honest, I don't really understand it. Like, how do I even summon the curse echo or make the sound? Maybe it's the sound of your own voice. Do I just, like, will it? Do you mind if I try?
Stop. You shouldn't be using curses so willy-nilly. Even if there are conditions that have to be met, the power to kill someone without leaving behind evidence is dangerous enough. In that sense, maybe you really have been cursed. I'm sorry that you got wrapped up in this situation, even though I'm here with you. That curse stone. I think whoever holds it becomes a curse bearer. It would probably be best for me to hold on to it, but...
Then I'd feel bad about forcing it onto you.
No, I sense a powerful force rejecting me. I don't think I'd be able to take it.
Really? Why?
If we tried separating it from you, the curse may trigger. That's how bad I sense it wants to stay with you.
Well, the others didn't really want to stay with their owners.
But
It's
probably because a curse bearer himself grabbed the stone. Right? That curse stone might look nothing more than an old Netsuke carving. But I can sense a powerful, resentful energy from it. I don't think it's a good idea for me to even touch it. I may seem like I know what I'm doing, but I don't know how to handle something this powerful.
Really? This little thing?
If you threw it away... Wait, make sure... Okay, good. I didn't skip text again. If you threw it away and someone with bad ideas picked it up, it could be bad. I think it would be safer to avoid the risk of getting anyone else involved and have you hold on to it for now.
Well, now I'm kind of freaked out.
Anyways, we need to make it to daybreak. I think the curse should weaken once it's morning. I'll help you find a way to deal with it then.
Okay.
So there are two things you should remember. First, do not fulfill the conditions while it's night. Second, should you happen to fulfill the conditions, don't use the curse.
Right.
The mysterious voice said the curse stone is called the Fool's Procession, right?
Yeah, that's from the 7 Mysteries of Honjo, right? Our school is said to be connected with a story with the same name, one of the mysteries.
Right. I don't think it's a coincidence. This is just a guess, but it's possible that you were chosen because it could feel your desire for the rite of resurrection. If this is a curse of the 7 Mysteries of Honjo, then it's possible that there are others who received curses associated with the other mysteries.
Yeah, that voice also said that there are other curse bearers or whatever you called them. Not only that, apparently you can get a lot of soul dregs by killing a curse bearer.
Right. That's certainly not good. Even if we have no intention of killing others with the curse, there's a chance you may be targeted if other curse bearers find us.
Eep!
We'll have to avoid anyone who has another of the curses. That means we should avoid people at night as much as possible. About the rite of resurrection.
But Mio,
Yes?
if this curse is real, that means I could bring back Michio if I used it, right? The rite of resurrection would be real too.
Yes, that's true. But you can't do that, Yako.
But you're not my mom. It feels like it's not the time to worry about that kind of stuff. If Michio died in an accident, then I'm sure she didn't want to die. What's the issue with putting a little curse on a complete stranger?
They don't want to die either?
I sort of feel like it wouldn't be a big deal.
What's going on with you? You're not acting like yourself, Yako. You would never even consider taking the life of another person. Is it the curse's influence on you? Maybe the curse echo's grudge is rubbing off on you. Will you show me it for a second? Is there something inside it?
No, stop!
Yako?
Oh, I'm sorry. But it's like... I suddenly really didn't want you to touch it.
I understand. I'm sorry. But you need to give up on the rite of resurrection.
What?
Because that's the real curse. Using resurrection as a lure, it tempts curse bearers into using their curses. You have to resist it. Don't let yourself be deceived by some curse.
But Michio could...
I think for tonight we should get you home to rest. I'll walk you. The curse's influence should subside in the morning.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but I'm telling you that you need to give up on the rite. It's beyond us. Even a single curse stone alone is too much to handle. Bringing back the dead isn't something so simple. I know how much it hurts, but please focus on just worrying about surviving tonight. Even now, we're in great danger. Okay, let's get going then, shall we? We'll take the same route we took to get here.
Right. We'll be fine, right? There's no one else at school. Is there?
I think so.
I missed the last part.
The night shift janitor shouldn't be patrolling this late at night either. Ah!
Huh? What? Why'd the lights go out? Mio, are you okay?
That teacher is trying to kill them right now.
Hello? Mio? She's not here. What's happening? Where are you? So dark and spooky. Is there gonna be like a jump scare?
Yes.
Ah! Huh? Oh no, oh no, oh no, what was that? Get me out of here! Mio! Mio, where are you?
Yako, I'm here. Over here. Can you see me?
Huh? Where? I can't see anything! There you are, Mio!
This way. Over here. Be careful. Your field of vision is being limited.
Right. Crawls on all fours towards her.
Yeah. They didn't have his by that point. And that he did admit he was lying when he said he hadn't tried to use it earlier. So he tried to kill Yako.
Hey, Mio, what was that just now? Could it be another curse echo different from mine?
I think so, yes. We may have been discovered by another curse bearer.
Oh.
Hmm?
What's wrong?
Shh. Someone's there, in that classroom.
What?
Something moved inside.
Well, we don't need to check it out, right? Let's hurry and get out of here.
Maybe. The person who used that curse echo may be in there. If we could just see who it is, it could help us later.
Right, okay, just a glimpse. Be careful. Why are we looking?
Well, can you see anything? Try and get a look around.
You try and get a look around. Ah!
Huh? Is that our homeroom teacher, Mr. Jonochi? And the person with him is Hitomi from Class A. What? Oh my. What is going on here?
Ah! That bastard! He's at it again! I have to kill him! I won't let him get away with this!
What?
The curse. I could kill him with it.
No, Yako, you can't use the cursed stone. What's gotten into you? Resist it!
Who's there? Is someone there?
This is bad. We have to go before they see us.
Kohei's... No. Kohei Jonochi. High school teacher. English teacher and homeroom teacher for Class 2C at Koma High. He was seen alone with Hitomi Okuda in a classroom late at night by Yako and Mio. Kohei was an honor student and top of his class back in his high school days, the apple of his parents' eyes. He was placed under immense pressure to attend a first-rate university. Family's plans came to naught, however, when the pressure caused Kohei to sink into a deep depression and fail his entrance exam. Even at the university he was able to enter, Kohei struggled to keep up with his classes, leaving him a vain but wounded young man. Kohei never aspired to be a teacher, but figured it was the least he could do with his talents. He considers his students to be beneath him and largely looks down on them all. Hitomi Okuda, a rebellious student in Class 2A at Koma High. On the rare occasion when she does show up to school, she skips all her classes and spends her time hanging out on the rooftop with her fellow troublemakers. Hitomi is regarded by the teachers as one of the worst offenders among the delinquent students attending Koma High. Hitomi was a fairly ordinary student when she started high school. However, trouble at home in her first year had her take a turn for the worse. She began associated with a group of delinquents from other schools, with whom she'd wander around town at night to avoid returning home. Warnings from teachers about dress code and conduct violations have fallen on deaf ears, with Hitomi going on reactionary rampages around school with her friends, breaking windows and disrupting classes. Recently, some teachers have taken to using harsher measures and even corporal punishment to correct Hitomi's behavior, but this has only served to exacerbate the animosity between Hitomi and the school. Hitomi is widely regarded as the leader of the troublemakers at Koma High, but the title does not mean much to her. Don't breathe out like that! That's not how you catch your breath.
Seems like they're not coming after us. Let's hope they didn't see our faces. But Yako, what came over you all of a sudden?
Sorry, thanks for stopping me. It's like this uncontrollable rage suddenly welled up inside me. I wonder what's gotten into me. I can barely even remember what happened. I'm really sorry.
I do think it's partly the curse's influence on you, but we certainly saw something shocking. My heart's still pounding.
I'm a little surprised, he told me from Class 8.
She tends to stand out a lot.
Gotcha. Well, she certainly does dress like a delinquent, though she barely shows up to school. But could Mr. Junoichi or Hitomi, what the fuck is going on in the back there, really be a curse bearer?
I don't know.
I don't know. Oh, wait.
But we should be careful just in case. You know, like...
Yako, when I give the signal, run. Go straight for the entrance. Don't look back no matter what.
Huh? Why? Did something happen?
I don't know.
Something happened, didn't it? What about you, Mio?
I'll be fine. We'll meet up outside the school gates. If I'm not there in 10 minutes, go straight home, okay? Okay, go!
Right! Don't look back. Don't look back.
You hear that scream?
Yeah. I have to get outside. Let's see. To get to the gates, I go by the gym end.
What are you doing, miss?
Eek!
You shouldn't be here this late. Don't you know what time it is?
Oh, Mr. Ashimiya.
Well, if it isn't little Yako. Anyway, students aren't supposed to be outside playing around at night. High school janitor! Makoto is the janitor at Koma High. His predecessor was nearing retirement, so he began working as his replacement about 6 months ago. Makoto is popular among the students for his friendly and caring nature, going so far as to remember the names and faces of all those attending the school. He is affectionately known as Old Man Ashimiya. Although he appears to be a simple, amiable man, Makoto's occasional shrewd remarks have led to speculation among students that he may have led a far more interesting life than it seems. Whatever the truth may be, he will be remembered as one of the 7 mysteries of Koma High School for time to come. What? I know you're rough around the edges, but I didn't take you for one to act out like this.
You can pick. Sorry, I forgot something back in the classroom.
No sass today, huh? Realized you were in the wrong, did ya?
Yes.
Forgot something in your classroom, huh? You're a piece of work. But you don't have nothing with you.
Oh.
Wait, you do? What's that in your hand?
Huh? Well, this is what I forgot. I, got it from my grandpa. It's really important to me.
Girls these days sure have weird tastes. Well, okay. Better head straight home if you're done. I won't tell on you. No, wait, I can't let you walk home alone this late. Alright, wait just a little. I'll hurry and lock things up.
But... we gotta be worried about the homies. Actually, a friend of mine is still inside. I think they'll be here soon.
That's so. Who's your friend?
My classmate Miyokuro Suzu.
Ah, that transfer student. Breaking school rules already, huh? Didn't take her for the type.
No, I was the one who dragged her here.
Well, whatever. I'll go take a look. It'll be safer if you go home together.
Did we kill him too? Alright. She's in the first floor hallways. Be careful though, you don't know what may be there.
Why did you turn into a British man?
I don't even sound British.
Why did you turn into a gentle man? What's that supposed to mean? First floor, yeah? I'll be right back.
And he wasn't right back. She's late. I've been waiting for 20 or 30 minutes, and there's no sign of her. I'm starting to get worried. I'm gonna take a look. Neo, are you there? Huh. Eek! Neo, what happened? Where did I go wrong this time? It's my fault. It's all my fault. I left her alone with a curse bearer. Neo. I'm sorry, The truth is, Ah!
Hmm. One-sided. Oh, somebody with a one-sided read got her.
Yeah, because it was the professor that had the darkness thing. Remember?
Yeah.
Not the teacher. The guy, there's a professor,
And then
and there's a
the
teacher.
homeroom teacher, yeah. Less than favorable result, but this was bound to happen. There is someone who must not be trusted. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? If so, you may choose to withhold important information from that person. Fear not, you may try as many times as you like from that event in question. Okay. Very well.
Wait a second, did the janitor kill her? Holy shit, the janitor killed her! Oh right, Mr. Junoichi was actually looking for you inside the main building.
Was that? He's here right now. What's he thinking?
I don't know. He was in class 3B on the second floor just a bit ago.
So wait, so yeah, the untrustworthy person is the janitor. He's the one with the one-sided read? No, I suppose that means it can't be locking up yet. Second floor, you said? I'll go take a peek. Be back in a jiff.
My house is really close by. I'll be fine on my own, really.
Not so. Oh, the snap shop, right? Suppose you'll be fine then? Be careful now, you hear? Stay on the big, well-lit streets. If something happens, shout fire!
Okay, you worry too much.
Well, we wouldn't want to be losing any more students.
Oh yeah, that's rich coming from you, asshat.
Though I imagine you'd know that better than anyone.
Yes, you're right, you fuckhead.
Because we chose wrong, we know he has the one-sided read. So, hooray.
Well, also, it sounded like she wasn't. It's because from the choices, it seemed like she was just gonna go home. But the actual choices, she wasn't gonna go home. She just wasn't gonna tell the dude.
Yeah.
So that the choices were not between.
They were a little misleading. But I feel
Because
like
I was
it.
like, we can't just not be worried about her. Right?
Yeah. But hey, we know who has the one-sided read.
Mio's late. I've been waiting for 20 or 30 minutes, but there's no sign of her. Huh? There's someone coming down the road. See, there's the guy with the ever burning lantern. That's. Oh no, a teacher! It's Mr. Araishi! He looks on edge. I wonder what he's doing. Wait. He's the one who discovered the rite of resurrection. It wouldn't be strange for him to be involved with the curse. I wonder if he has a curse stone. What do I do? But it's way past 10 minutes Mio said she'd be here by. I managed to escape. I can't let that go to waste. I need to get out of here before anyone sees me.
Okay, she did leave. She just also still waited the 10 minutes and extra.
Yako's home. Ah, I'm home. Dang goodness. I don't think the walk has ever felt so long. Nobody will be able to use their curse once it's light outside. I need to go look for a meal as soon as it's morning. But for now, I need some rest.
Complete the Yako branch of Chapter 1.
Well, we must be able to do the one now. So, what next?
The big question now is what the rest of the curse bearers are up to. Luckily, the Sumida River is a good distance from any of the 7 mysteries. It's unlikely the other curse bearers will come all the way here. I can finally have a moment to think.
I see. All right.
Excuse me? Hmm?
It's been a while since someone spooked me like that.
That girl gives me the creeps. What's her deal? You!
Where did she come from? Where did she go? Where did she come from, Cotton Eye Joe? It's like she appeared out of nowhere.
I don't trust your friend to not be here. Sorry. Anytime you or that other guy shows up.
Remember, at this point, his curse thing has already been taken.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I didn't mean to startle you. I'm terribly sorry if I've gotten the wrong people, but would you happen to be curse bearers?
Exclamation mark!
Curse bearers? What's that then? It means someone who's gathering souls
You
for the
mean
rite of resurrection.
Um.
You have heard of the rite of resurrection, haven't you? Everybody's talking about it. Color me intrigued. Care to tell me more, miss? What was your name again? Oh, silly me. I'm a Yame Tono.
She says her name's Ayame. I guess she's around 20. She must be brave, walking around alone this late. Or maybe there's more to it. He's hiding it well, but I can sense that he's got his guard up. Could there be more to this girl than meets the eye?
I should ask her what her deal is.
Then do it!
There's more to the rite of resurrection than meets the eye, you see. So the best way to collect soul dregs is to kill other curse bearers. And that's about the size of it. I hope it wasn't too much to follow. No, I think I got the gist. Funny old world we live in, huh? So, are you saying you're one of these curse bearers? No, well, not quite. It's complicated. I'm not, but Utaro is. Utaro? Is that your boyfriend? Heavens no, just a friend. His full name is Utaro Namigaki. We're, I suppose you could say, partners in crime. Funny way of putting it. So, where is Utaro now? Well, about that, he's actually not a curse bearer anymore. He's more like a former curse bearer. Former? How so? I don't really know the details myself, but apparently he lost his curse stone. Typical, right? He makes such a show of being a top student only to flunk where it counts. So now I'm out here looking for curse bearers myself, if you want something done right. He lost it? How did he do that? I wasn't with him at the time, so I don't know exactly what happened. All I know is that he came back saying he didn't have it anymore. Although, well, it's strange that you'd probe into that of all things. I'm just a curious sort, that's all. Sorry if it's a touchy subject. Oh, I don't mind. I don't particularly care about keeping it a secret. Utaro can be a little irrational sometimes, so I have to keep a level head on my shoulders.
This lady seems like she's barely keeping it together in the sanity sense.
About why you approached us. So anyway, mind if I asked why you thought I was a curse bearer? Oh, that! I'm terribly sorry. I was so rude. I saw the two of you out late at night, and I suppose I made assumptions. Gotcha. Sorry if we gave you the wrong idea. Out of interest, what was your plan if we did turn out to be curse bearers? Great question! And the answer is, I was gonna ask you very nicely for your curse stones. And you thought we'd give them to you? Just like that? Well, maybe not. But you know what they say, you never know until you ask. You must really love your boyfriend if you're willing to try something that risky. Oh goodness, no. We're just friends. My life doesn't revolve around him, you know. Anyway, you aren't curse bearers, so I'm just bothering you, aren't I? Please, ignore me. So, what are you trying to do with this rite of resurrection? Well, Yutaro has his own plan all laid out. I don't know if I can get behind it, though. It seems... how do I put it? Self-centered? I mean, if you've got a chance to resurrect the dead, it would be a waste not to use it on someone that really matters, right? So I was planning to steal his curse stone at the last second and use it for myself. Well, until he lost it, anyway. Oh, but don't tell Yutaro I was gonna do that, okay? I don't think he'd be happy to hear it. Of course. Keeping secrets is my business. My, aren't you dashing?
You don't even give me time to make Haraway reaction sounds.
Sorry.
So
I mean,
sad.
what were you gonna say? Ellipses? Sounds like you really have your heart set on this rite. What were you hoping to use it on? Do you promise you won't laugh? Cross my heart. Well then, let me tell you my master plan. Prepare to be amazed. I'm an art student, you see. Woodblock prints are my specialty. Ukiyo-e in particular. Ukiyo-e, huh? You must be a cultured lady. Really? Do you think so? Everybody says it's a strange interest for a girl to have. You know, people often think of ukiyo-e as some inaccessible high-class art form, but that's actually totally untrue. Back in the Edo period, it was the art for the masses, amusement for the common people. So when you think about it, we feel exactly the same thrills from every brushstroke as they did back then. Isn't that fascinating? Huh. Yeah, I guess. And as far as I'm concerned, the undisputed king of ukiyo-e is the one and only Hokusai. Was she trying to bring back Hokusai? Have you heard of him? Sure I have. He's famous. Didn't he live somewhere around here back in the Edo period? That's right. You're just as knowledgeable as you look. His 36 views of Mount Fuji are so iconic, they're the only works of his most people know. But Hokusai was so much more than just mountains and waves. That's only the teeny tiny tip of a veritable iceberg of work. I've gotta admit, I really only know him from those landscapes myself. Oh, don't worry about it. Anyone can learn. Ever heard of the... No, I'm not gonna say that one. When Hokusai died at the age of 90, he left behind over 30,000 drawings. That's multiple drawings a day for 80 years. Amazing, right? So he kept on drawing right up into his old age, huh? Impressive. But even in his final years, he was never satisfied with his own work. His dying words were, "Should heaven afford me but 5 more years, I shall finally become a true artist." Even on his deathbed, he still thought he had more to learn. He was already the greatest painter and artist of his era. Who knows what he could have done with more time? Well, that's what I want to find out. Hmm? Hold on. Are you saying... Besides, he always said he wanted to move out of 100 houses, but he only made it to 93. Isn't that just tragic? Oh, no, nah. No way is this going where I'm thinking it's going. Imagine the masterpieces he could create with modern techniques. I feel all dizzy just thinking about it. Do you realize how many people you have to kill in order to bring back that man? It's more...
It's a small price to pay for.
It's more soul dregs the longer someone's been dead, and he's been dead for a while. You've got to be kidding me. So if I understand correctly, you want to use the Rite of Resurrection to... That's right! I want to bring Hokusai back to life. Well, that's certainly a novel idea.
That's what she'd use it on? What a waste. A master ukiyo-e artist, 1760 to 1849. Hokusai was active during the late Edo period, considered to be the golden age of ukiyo-e in Japan. Born in Honjo, Hokusai spent most of his life in the area now known as Sumida City. Among his most famous works are the 36 Views of Mount Fuji and the Hokusai manga. Hokusai was a prolific artist from a young age and has left behind a wide variety of works, producing an estimated 30,000 pieces during his lifetime. Though the general popularity of ukiyo-e declined during the Meiji period, Hokusai remained a core figure at the center of the Japonisme movement. Providing inspiration for countless artists across the globe. Despite his fame, Hokusai himself was said to be rather indifferent to money or decorum, and lived a life that quite appropriately resembled that of the whimsical and otherworldly scenes often depicted in ukiyo-e. Though he went by many names, his later years he took on the title of Gakkyo Rojin Manji, or the Old Bad Painter. Hokusai lived to be 90 years old and never lost his passion for art.
Oh gosh, is that the time? I should be going. I need to get my hands on a curse bearer before daybreak. Sorry for flagging you down out of the blue like that. Best of luck. If only we had the river one. Take her out of this world. So she couldn't bring back a guy who's been dead for over 100 years. Ayame Tono. Ayame is a young woman working with Yutaro Namigaki. Her love of Katsushika Hokusai's ukiyo-e is so great that she wishes to resurrect him with the rite of resurrection. Ayame is a clever but calculating university student who only has time for her own interests. She is making the best of a recent boom in the popularity of female university students, incited by their appearance across TV commercials and radio programs. Ayame is content to ride this trend so long as it allows her to get her hands on whatever she needs and wants in life. Recently, Ayame has figured out that older men will fall for her if she acts a little bit stupid. She was approached by Yutaro Namigaki in town, and although she was not attracted to him, agreed to date him because his family seemed rich. However, she does not think much of him as a human being, and is beginning to grow bored of their relationship. Oh shit! Damn! Well, there goes trouble. If we're going after cursed stones, we should keep an eye on her. Two, if we can.
Why do you say that?
Before she left, she wished us best of luck. She's got at least an inkling that we're curse bearers.
My.
There's a good chance we'll clash sooner or later. We're after the same thing, after all. I am not after Hokusai. That's not what I meant. You head on back to
Unless
the mansion,
he's
ma'am.
after Hokusai.
I think I'll tail her for a while.
Back here again. I left Richter to continue looking for curse bearers, and came home alone. I can hear the wind rustling in the trees. Will this really be enough to gather the soul dregs I need? What if nobody uses any more curses? I'll lose my chance to bring him back. Oh, we've been missing the Mockingbird stickers.
Have we? I mean, hold on. Approach the net. A bottom shelf surrounded by darkness. Jackpot. The ostracizer. Look up at the first house. Among the morning green, before hearing the story, the bright garden, if you won the lottery, wait until you feel like yourself again, detectives and private eyes, a ringing telephone booth, the excited detective, waiting at the entrance, and a park where sparrows sing, waiting at the intersection, on a bridge pillar at night, a unique-looking playground, revisiting the park at night. I'm not sure. We have
What do you
head
mean?
hench. I'm not sure
What do
if
you
we've
mean?
missed any yet.
We definitely missed some. Go back to the third one. A bottom shelf surrounded by darkness. Remember when we were in the fucking darkness?
Oh, the school? Oh, we could have. Yeah, you're probably right.
I'm definitely right.
In our house we go.
Wow, that was quick.
There must be something to that.
It was probably just to get the ostrich.
Probably. 4 a.m. Road.
That's my favorite place.
Oh my god, I love Road.
Road is so good. Wow! With this, we'll have visited every place connected to the seven mysteries.
Sir, you don't need to shout.
Shut the fuck up!
This is the last spot, huh? And we've got nothing to show for it. Even though every last location looked suspect from top to bottom.
Maybe we came at the wrong time. There might not be any curse bearers around.
Sounds like we'll need to do another round before morning comes, then.
Or maybe someone's been observing our movements.
What? No way.
It's just a thought. Either way, we should check out this last place.
Let's hope we finally get a lead. Kishibori Park. Kinshibori Park. Oh, God! It's Shogo!
H.
Not Martini Man, Shogo!
Not Martini Man Shogo! Whoa, whoa, whoa! What the hell is this? Is that Martini Man Shogo?
Is he dead?
Damn it! We were too late! Was this a curse too?
Hang on, I'm gonna call this in.
I'll leave it to you. I'm gonna take a look around.
Poor dude.
Starts running on all fours.
I know they're not supposed to touch the body, but the two of them just standing there while Shogo's slumped over corpse.
It kind of looks like Jun is standing on his leg or something.
Boss, bad news.
What is it?
Another mysterious death was reported in the area just now. The medical unit and forensics team are on their way, but it'll be a while before they arrive.
Ah, that is bad news. So they got someone else.
You think this is the work of a curse bearer? I don't know, what does it look like to you? Does this man look like he was attacked?
With suspicious deaths popping up one after another, we have to assume it is.
Remember, well, we as the player know, but they don't know. But still, it's like you could look at him and go, the victim has died due to drowning in the middle of a park where there is no water for miles.
Well, sometimes you can't actually tell because drowning can look really similar to suffocation. They wouldn't be able to tell unless they looked at his lungs and if they saw there was water in there.
Alright.
Shit. Guess we'll be stuck waiting around for a while. Also, we don't know how ghost drowning would show up in the body.
Huh? Boss, that phone is ringing.
Your
Can
phone
I
is ringing.
look at everything else for a little bit first?
I checked the surroundings earlier. There was no signs of curse bear or any curse echoes around. The ringing of the phone is the only sound cutting through the quiet park. Why are you looking at his crotch? He seems distracted by the phone.
Life hasn't been the same since the death of Martini Manchogo.
It hasn't.
Boss, the phone.
What about it?
It's ringing.
I know that! It sure is!
Aren't you gonna pick it up?
Huh? Why would I?
Why wouldn't you? It's super suspicious.
That's why wouldn't I? A young man in his 20s killed in cold blood. He's definitely dead, but I can't quite discern the cause from what I've seen. There are no obvious external wounds. But what is that leaking from his mouth? Water? So yeah, they wouldn't really be able to tell. I didn't even know these could receive calls! Oh, give it a rest.
Do you have anything better to do?
Well, not exactly.
Then why don't you pick it up?
I, just don't want to.
Well, you're not gonna look at the park?
What's this? There's something stuck to the side of the phone.
Yo! Come on, boss. That's not what we're supposed to be searching for. Okay, they're definitely not listed numerically where you can find them in order, because there's no way in the span of her going into their house
I cannot.
we missed this many.
Yes, but I'm still saying we definitely missed that darkness one.
Yeah. I like, he's got like a little mustache and he's holding the fish and it's like a cigar that he's smoking.
I just like that its name is Pelicanot.
Yeah.
Well, we better go check it out.
You're right, but be careful. It could be a curse.
Hey, I said we. You expect me to go alone?
You're the one who's tough against this stuff. Don't worry, boss. You can do it. Go on now.
Damn it. Damn brat. Damn brat also! Hello? Kinshibori Park phone booth.
Are you fucking with me, Tsutsumi, or were you just too scared to answer the phone?
Who is this?
I finally got him! The real deal! Detective Tetsuo Tsutsumi himself! Ah, wait, that's Chief Inspector Tsutsumi now, isn't it? You've come a long way since we last met.
I asked you to identify yourself.
Man, how have you forgotten already? After all the time we spent together? What a time that was. As I recall, I gave you quite the runaround.
Wait, is this my mom? Fumichika Nejima? Uh-oh.
Huh? Did you say Fumichika Nejima? Like the one from the Nejima murders? He said that with an exclamation point and a question mark, but I had him say it really quietly for some reason.
You just
Ding,
weren't
ding,
excited.
Ding. You got it. I had a
It's
feeling.
not a fucking. There's no fucking way he heard Jun.
Yeah, he was like from a whole foot, several feet.
He was a good distance away.
He was a good
I
distance
think I
away.
might be. I don't know if I would be able to throw something from the. Well, no, that's a lie. If it was heavy, I wouldn't be able to throw it.
What? What are you talking about?
What's What's your problem? I didn't say anything weird.
What are you talking about throwing things?
It's like... Just shut up.
I had a feeling that the great Chief Tsutsumi would remember me. I spent 20 long years in a cell thanks to you. That shit was not easy.
You should be thanking me. Should have given you plenty of time to think and atone for your sins.
That it did. I've repented. My conscience is clean as a whistle.
Bullshit. 20 years in prison doesn't even begin to make up for the shit you did.
I don't know about that. After all, the justice system was gracious enough to grant me parole.
What? If this is the real Fumichika Nejima, he must still have a grudge against me for arresting him. So this is payback. So is this payback? Damn it! What is your problem? What's your goal?
What's your damage? Now, you gotta understand. I've
What's
repented.
your issue?
Seen light. I've been a good boy since I was granted parole. I even got myself a job. I've been real serious about walking the right path. Well, that's very nice.
Keep it up.
You got this. Gold star. But it was no good. When the opportunity arose, it was impossible to hold myself back. I knew I had to give you a little token of thanks, or I'd never truly be able to have a fresh start. Do you get what I'm saying?
No thanks. I don't need anything. No need to do all that for me. Just try to live a quiet life. Away from me, preferably.
I mean, you could mail me an edible arrangement maybe, but I don't want to see you in person. It's no hassle. No hassle at all.
It's not... That's hassles... Not about his hassle.
It would be
Not about hassle.
It would be
Not about hassle.
It would be all too easy.
Not about hassle!
Stop! It would be all too easy to just kill you, to tear you apart. But that wouldn't be very satisfying. Certainly not after 20 fucking years of waiting.
You're 20 fucking years of waiting. That's a long time to nurture a grudge!
You fucking bet it is! I let it gnaw at me, grow inside of me. I thought of nothing else. All that time I played model prisoner, endured the harassment those asshole guards threw at me.
Bro,
and I did it all for
killed
you,
a bunch of
Tsutsumi! So please, just accept my deepest and most sincere feelings.
Sorry, but I'm afraid I don't feel the same way about you.
Shut the fuck up! That attitude of yours is why I'm saving you for last. What's your goal?
What are you planning? Whatever it is, bring it on. I'm not running away.
I just
I'll
told
run at
you I'm not coming for you yet. Pay attention when people talk, shithead. You see, this time I want to see you on your knees, weeping in despair, begging me for mercy.
That's weird. Oh no, I'm so sorry, dear Nejima. Please forgive me. I won't do it again.
Oh my god! Shut the fuck up! This is exactly why I've always hated you so fucking much!
It was worth a shot.
Did you really think that would sate me, asshole? You must be crazy. Crazy?
Well, then we're
I
both
was crazy
crazy.
once.
We've got so much in common. We should be friends.
I feel like if Tsutsumi did the crazy copy pasta into the phone enough times, Najima would hang up on us.
No, he wouldn't. He loves us.
Enjoy cracking your jokes while you still can. I'm gonna kill everyone you care about, one by one, till there's no one left.
Well, the only person I care about is
Martini Man Shogo,
and
and he's already dead.
Sorry to disappoint, but I'm a lone wolf. I don't have anyone like that in my life. Get up, brat.
Oh, boss, what about me?
Shut the fuck up, Jen.
Wait, are you just trying to protect me? There's not a single person you care about. I wonder what your sweet daughter would think if she were to hear that. Oh my god! Ooh, very nice! This is more like it! She's living all on her own now, isn't she? Attending university and all. Such a good girl. Oh my, don't tell me that she just happens to live in Honjo.
No, forget it. This isn't fun, asshole. I'm gonna find you and make you pay!
Ah, I love it! Keep going! I want to hear you lose your mind. It's music to my ears. Not to mine, it isn't.
Fuck you!
What is your goal? I look forward to chopping up your precious daughter. It'll be just like old times.
I won't let that happen! How do you know where I am?
That's my favorite part! The sound of confusion in your voice. It's to die for! This is delicious. I can't get enough.
Delicious.
Delicious. I'm not telling you shit! Have fun racking your tiny little brain for it. I guess I could give you a little hint.
Go on.
Well, you see, I have the one-sided read. Do you now? Tsutsumi, you have the Evergreen Beach, no?
Najima! You're a curse spirit!
I am...
You're using the power of the curse!
Please, you're too loud. Indeed!
This is what you get for inviting me.
And what a peculiar curse it is. But that's where my hints end.
That was her wah ha 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 ha. God damn it! The curse echo couldn't have fallen into worse hands!
One more thing we should discuss. In fact, it's the most important thing.
I thought you were finally gonna shut up! I'm already sick of you, so I'll pass.
Oh, but you don't want to miss this. It's the main course.
Nothing could be more of a main course than Martini Man Shogo.
I could just
He's
go after...
dead.
Yeah, well, I don't know who that is, so...
Shut the fuck up, Nijima.
I could just...
Nejima.
Yes, I could just go after your daughter, but something tells me you'd get bored.
Yep, that's it. No, I'm good. You got me real fired up. You're in my head. Well done. Good job.
But this is a gift tailor-made for you. I'm gonna kill all the people you swore to protect. Every last person living here.
You couldn't!
Oh, this curse of mine, I can! I'll give you until dusk. By then, I could probably get a couple hundred people or so. And it'll be all your fault. Oh, it must be so hard to know they'll all die because of you. So tragic. It must be tearing you apart.
Don't fuck with me! There's no way an amateur like you can pull off a curse that strong!
Unfortunately, for you, I absolutely can. My curse stone is a particularly strong one, which means I can have my fun without needing to hold back one bit. It's almost like the Feast of Shadows was cast just for me.
You're surprisingly well informed about this. Who was it that tipped you off?
Who knows?
Then how about I kill myself first and ruin all your fun? What about that, asshole?
Idiot! You think I'd call it off just because you were dead? There's no running away for you.
Grr. I'll find you, and I won't let you get away with this, Nejima.
You've got 12 hours. Do you really think your paltry little organization will be able to make a dent in my plans? Also, by the way, the only reason why I said that the janitor probably had the one-sided read was because of the way she was cut up, which matches the story for it, because that's the one that's the most intact in terms of its actual meaning. That doesn't necessarily mean that that one was actually the one-sided read, but I'm still fairly certain that that was the one-sided read. Right?
Yeah.
So even though Satsumi doesn't know who he is, really, we do, because we got the bad ending, which gave it away. Or at least, I'm pretty sure gave it away.
I think we had to get both of them, by the way, because... Yeah.
You think we'd get stopped at the phone call, maybe? If we didn't have the bad ending?
Maybe something... That, or we couldn't continue, what's her face's, Harue's.
Yeah, that's also possible. You've got 12 hours! Do you really think your paltry little organization will be able— Oh, I already said that. Oh, the sacrifices made will be heavy. I can't wait to see you sobbing with regret. And I'll even have enough soul drakes to pull off the rite of resurrection! How splendid!
Wait, Najima, you're after the...
Anyway, see you around. Bye-bye now.
What an asshole!
Oh yeah, Shogo's dead. Boss!
Ariel, did you catch all that?
Nejima, what is he planning?
Who knows? For now, we need to find him and get him into custody. Send word to HQ. But the fact that the 7 mysteries are wrapped up in this is going to make things tricky.
You mean with Nejima being a curse bearer?
Just our luck, really. Couldn't have been a worse guy. Sounds like his curse will be able to kill a lot of people at once. I'd like to avoid getting our investigators caught in the crossfire. We'll use them to find out where he is, but then we're going in alone. Sorry if you get cut in half. You were like a son to me. We should try to collect as many curse stones as we can before then. Let's hurry.
Aye aye, boss. Oh, the sun is rising.
Later! It was reported that a total of 3 suspicious deaths were discovered that night. Nejima's threats, along with the curses, were kept secret from the general public. However, the Honjo serial killing still made international headlines following the death of police officer Hajime Yoshimi. At At Sutsumi's request, a large-scale investigation was launched into Fumichika Nejima's whereabouts. Sutsumi and Ario themselves spent the rest of the night looking for curse bearers in the area, but their search ended in vain. And with that, the curtain closed on that cursed night.
12 hours to
12
sunset.
hours to sunset.
Ooh.
We should go get dinner.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go now.
Yeah. Well, and I'm gonna play some music for you guys. I'll probably start this over since this is like endgame stuff for Nirvana Initiative. And I still want to use the OST instead of finding a new one, so take this as an opportunity to take a bit of a break yourselves, everyone. Stand up, stretch, get something to eat and or drink if you need it, and we'll be back in a little bit. We're gonna grab our dinner. I'm probably gonna eat some of it. I will play ads in the meantime, but don't worry, they'll be done by the time we resume. So, we'll be back in a little bit. Hello? I am back. I don't think Fisk is yet. So I'm gonna... Still gonna undeafen. So when they do show up... Let me... Oh no! What happened? Hmm. Ah! There's no world transfer? Oh. That sucks. Do I still have it? Yes, I do. It is still on my desk. Yeah. Ugh. Someone's back.
I'm back.
Welcome back. I am in the process of putting new electric tape on my headphone cable because it needs it again. You're almost 15 levels away from Liberation, which is endgame. Oh. You hate to see it. Trying to get... Makes me wonder why there's not world transfer. Okay. Newly wrapped cable. Here's hoping this one does a better job. It's kind of really ugly looking.
I believe in it.
But, yeah. So long as the wires aren't exposed like they were again. Alrighty. Used to be cash items that allowed you to transfer. They got rid of that over 10 years ago. I guess because they were like, oh, everybody who transferred it has transferred it. Alright, who do we want to go to first? Do we want to continue Satsumi's, but in the chapter 2, I guess? Or do you want to go to Yako in chapter 2?
Maybe Tsutsumi?
Alright. Worst part is you'd pay to transfer to. Yeah, it sounds like that would be an instance where it's like, yeah. Hajime Yoshimine's death. Nejima's threat of mass murder. The problems just pile up, putting the detective's goal of collecting all the cursed stones in jeopardy. Tsutsumi leaves Ario to handle the investigation while he catches a quick break. 9 a.m. Kinshibori Park. Sorry for the wait, boss, but I managed to gather some information.
Took you long enough.
Forensics has finished their investigation, and the body's been carried away. That said, we're still closing the park to the public, at least for the time being. This place was really giving me the creeps last night, but it looks pretty normal now with the sun out. I can't turn 360 degrees around.
He's been up all night gathering information. Must be nice to be young and have that kind of energy. But I'm glad I have him on my side. It gives me the chance to rest up. Well, we've got ourselves quite the mess. Strange deaths popping up all over the place. That may or may not have something to do with the curses. We also need to keep looking into Yoshimi and Nejima. For now, we better start following up on the few leads we got. Guess I'd better see what Ario's found out.
Things at the station were pretty hectic, but I managed to get some info. Let me fill you in.
Thanks. The floor is yours.
A total of 3 mysterious deaths were confirmed in the area, including the one in this park. So let's start with that one. The young man we found here. He's been identified as Shogo Okie, 25 years old, a regular old office worker who worked around here. He died of asphyxiation due to water in the lungs. He drowned.
He drowned in the middle of the park? That's not possible. It's gotta be a curse we're dealing with here.
About that, boss. Isn't this park associated with one of those 7 mysteries, too? That's right.
That's right. Oh, wait.
The Whispering Canal. It does seem like there'd be a link between a canal and death by drowning, don't you think?
Sharp thinking, Ariel. You're starting to get the hang of this. So let's assume they're related. What's next?
Before that, the body of a woman was found behind a residential complex in Kamezawa. The victim has been identified as Tawako Hayashi, 29 years old. She was an office worker who lived on her own in the area. As for the cause of death, well...
Yes.
The entirety of her body was crushed by some kind of strong external force. No murder weapon was discovered in the area, but considering the way she was found, we're looking for something large, flat, and heavy that could have crushed her in one fell swoop.
Hang on, are you saying... Wouldn't it be the feet one?
Yeah, but I thought you were going to read the line.
She was stepped on? Meaning?
Exactly. Crushing is the foot-washing mansion's modus operandi. The place the body was discovered is also known to be related to the 7 mysteries.
Then this is Namigaki's doing. Shit, I knew he'd use it. Judging by the amount of soul dregs, the victim was just a regular person, not a curse bearer. Guess we should report this to Paranormal Affairs.
Got it. And as for the third victim, he was identified as Kohei Jonochi, 32, a teacher at Komogata High. He was found in the school's courtyard. He was talking to... Do you think the...
It's the janitor. The janitor killed him, because we mentioned Jonoichi. Remember?
No, because... We know... It couldn't have been the janitor, because the way Mio died is different from this. External trauma from a fall or heavy blow. The impact crushed his arms and legs. Since he was found in the middle of the courtyard, he couldn't have fallen from the gymnasium or the main building.
Well, you might just be wrong about how Mio died. I didn't really get a good look at her body.
She was missing a leg.
A teacher dying at school? Yeah, but it could have only been the...
It could have only been the Fool's Procession. With this one, right?
No. Because the Fool's Procession is what the girl has, and she didn't use it.
Yeah.
So it's not...
Well, okay.
The clappers.
Yeah, we know it's not the clappers.
It's not the canal.
It's not the canal. The beckoning light is gutting. Evergreen Breach is hanging, which we have it.
Gutting is the lantern.
Oh, ever-burning lantern.
It would have to be the Taiko of Suguru.
But the
Or
Taiko's...
the beckoning.
But the Taiko's not over there. Right? Yeah. Kinchibori. Fool's Procession is Komogata. Beckoning Light's Honji. Near present day Shimoku Bridge. Yasuda Gardens. Midoricho. South Warigasui.
Look less at where they're at and more at what happens to the victim.
Disembowelment, we don't know. Crushing, don't know. Hanging. Burning, we don't know. Oops. This one's drowning. Fatal fall. It's the only one that makes sense, even though we know that she didn't do it.
Yeah, but it couldn't have been her. I guess you can say the Fool's Procession, but we know it wasn't her.
Yeah. Right, it's where the Fool's Procession is supposed to be. It's too big of a coincidence. We can't rule out the possibility that this death was also the work of a curse. I see. Either way, it seems all three victims can be tied to the 7 mysteries. Did he say that? No. Then why is it... Whatever.
There's probably a curse bearer at the center of it all, pulling the strings. But you've got a point. All these strange deaths do point in one direction.
That's right. And Hajime's case wasn't all that different either.
He also died of mysterious causes in a place connected to the 7 mysteries.
But it wasn't hanging, it was heart failure?
Problem is, the timing doesn't match up. He died before the curses were activated.
Could he have been hit by a different curse? One that didn't have anything to do with the 7 mysteries?
That's a thought, but... If that were the case, we'd be dealing with a powerful practitioner, one who could pull off a curse like that without using a curse stone. There aren't many people in this day and age who could do something like that.
Oh, really? I see. I don't know too much about that stuff.
I'd be more surprised if you did.
Well, looking at these deaths, it seems like many of the curse bearers acted last night.
But we can't rule out that there were more killings, from which the bodies haven't been found.
Yikes, I hadn't thought of that!
But there is one silver lining. Judging by my own curse stone, it seems the curses can't be activated while the sun is still out.
Oh, that's great news! So basically, we're safe during the daytime?
Exactly. It's also likely why Nejima gave us till dusk.
Ah, he must have known the curse stones couldn't be used during the day.
Either way, we got till nightfall to settle this. It's time we flushed out the other curse bearers.
Aye aye, boss. Let's do this! At the moment, we only know the identity of 4 curse bearers, you included. Yutaro Namigaki had the foot-washing mansion, and Hideki Araishi had the ever-burning lantern. We've got both of their curse stones. And then there's Nejima, who claims he has the one-sided reed.
Yeah, that about sums it up.
Oh, this is for us, because they don't know that Yako, Haruo, and Tetsuo. So we still need Canal, Light, and
Taiko. That's why
Taiko.
it's like, it's gotta be the...
Yeah. We'd better figure out who the remaining 5 are, quick. How should we go about looking for them?
There's no point in searching blindly without a lead. Let's focus on other things for now. Tracking down Nejima may lead us to the other curse bearers, too. Either way, he should be our top priority. He could do some real damage if we don't get him. I also want to look a little more into Yoshimi. Got a feeling there's some connection there.
Aye aye, boss. Sounds like we've got our work cut out for us.
I forgot who Yoshimi was.
Hajime, the police officer who died.
Okay.
I asked around Sumido's Community Safety Bureau where Yoshimi was stationed. Seems like he was investigating the apparent suicide of a girl named Michio Shiraishi.
Yeah, I heard about that.
He was trying to determine whether it really was a suicide, looking into the height of the building, the force of the impact, her wounds, all that. He must have suspected some kind of foul play because he ordered a full investigation. But it had already been deemed as a suicide, and his superiors told him not to go stirring things up.
What was the evidence?
Well, according to the report I found on his desk last night, the body was found at the foot of a building, a ways away from the road. There was no evidence of vehicular collision, so it was ruled a suicide, but...
But he thought there was more to it?
Yes. A truck or other flat-faced vehicle traveling at high speeds could have inflicted similar damage. In other words, sometimes a traffic accident can look an awful lot like a fall.
So there's a chance that it wasn't a suicide. Why are you not... Well, what a terrible way to go.
I'm thinking, is there perhaps... Oh, by the way, that's her foot up there, so damn. By her hand?
Yeah.
There were no brake marks on the road, meaning it would have been a hit and run.
Yeah, but also, she would have had tire tracks on her clothing.
Yeah. The vehicle would have hit her without slowing down at all.
This is turning into quite the grisly case. There would be some evidence of a car hitting her.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking maybe you are right. Whereas the correct answer to guess in that moment was Fool's Procession, I wonder how the beckoning light kills you, specifically. Because it's if you chase it and you can't find it, right? or something like that is probably what it is.
I'm not really sure. But the vehicle couldn't have come out from a collision like that unscathed.
Exactly. So I asked the traffic bureau to keep an eye out for any vehicles with frontal damage. But I haven't heard back from them yet. I don't think they're looking very hard.
So we've got no proof. That said, if it was a traffic accident rather than a suicide, it's possible that someone silenced Yoshimi because he was on the verge of discovering the truth.
That's true. You think the driver is the one who did him in?
Not quite. Yoshimi had already talked to forensics in the traffic bureau, right? His death wouldn't have covered things up.
You're right on that. Even if the suicide was a cover-up for a hit-and-run, doesn't seem like enough reason to kill a cop. Oh, that's right. Unrelated, but I got something else too. Managed to get a hold of Michio Shiriishi's address. Yoshimi went there a bunch over the course of his investigation. Might be a good idea for us to drop by too.
Good thinking. Hopefully that'll give us some more leads. Alright, let's move on to the next topic.
Cause that's what I was thinking with, Junoichi. If they said his death was similar to falling and her death was similar to falling, that he was likely killed by a different curse. But it would have to look like a fall because of particularly if it's being killed by getting hit by something, which I think between the two we don't know. The beckoning light makes the most sense. I don't know how the taiko would have anything to do with vehicular manslaughter from the 1800s. Remember the girl Yoshimi met the day he died? One Hitomi Okuda? Community Safety didn't have any contact information for her on hand.
Not even an address?
Well, they had her parents' information, but when I called, they said they hadn't heard from her in a month. Lots of family issues from the sound of it. They even said they didn't want anything to do with her anymore. That said, she still goes to school once in a while, so we might be able to find her there.
Not sure we really have the time for a stakeout right now. But she could be a key witness. Can't we have community safety track her down for us?
We can ask, but it might be tricky to get it done today. For starters, Komagata High School is closed today.
Ah, because of the teacher that died?
That's right.
Alright, but if it's not something we can do today, we may have to forget about it. Let's move on then.
I got some information about Yoshimi's fiancée from Community Safety. Her name is Mayu Chozawa, 27 years old. She works as a beautician in the area. Look, I even managed to get a picture of her. She sure is a beauty. But...
oh boy, here it comes. But what?
Community Safety hasn't been able to contact her since Yoshimi died. Not by phone or at her house. In other words, no response. Dead silence.
There it is. Can't things just be easy for once?
Mayu is a beautician and the fiancée of Hajime Yoshimi, a police officer with the Sumida Police Department. Mayu's current whereabouts remain unknown.
It's definitely starting to look suspect. A crime of passion, perhaps?
Yeah, she snapped her fingers, flicked her wrists, and went go-go gadget, give my fiancé a heart attack. It is fairly common for people to be killed by a lover or a spouse. But Yoshimi was well liked, and they'd been together for over 10 years.
You never know. Things could be different behind closed doors.
I guess so.
But we'll have to consider the opposite scenario, too.
She paid light Yagami.
It could be that the same person who was out For Yoshimi is after his fiancée as well. She could be in danger.
You're right. Either way, she's important to the case. HQ already has people looking for her. We'll know as soon as she's found. HQ has mobilized a search unit for Nejima, but so far we haven't received any word.
Guessing he wasn't at home or at work?
About that. Apparently he vacated his last known address a week ago.
You serious? So we have no idea where he lives.
It gets worse. I checked in with the factory he was working at. They told me he was only there for a month before he quit.
Hold on. You're telling me nobody caught that?
Well, I had the same thought, so I spoke to his probation officer. Turns out he'd been doing house visits and interviews, but never bothered checking on his workplace. He also said he lost track of Nejima when he moved to a new place.
I don't just... Jeez, that's just sloppy. No kidding!
I've heard that they're giving parole to just about anyone these days because they're running out of room for the prisons. Which also means there aren't enough probation officers to go around. Dude's probably overworked.
So Nejima got to fuck about unsupervised? God damn it! That asshole is annoyingly good at faking remorse, or insanity, whatever the situation calls for. Back when I arrested him all those years ago, just talking to him left a bad taste in my mouth.
He's probably hiding under a false name, which will make it hard to track him down. That'd explain why he so brazenly made contact.
That asshole, he's mocking us.
Well, for now, the paperwork to circulate his name and mugshot is being filed.
It's gonna take way too long. We only have until dusk.
Dusk. Speaking of Nejima,
Yeah?
did you manage to reach your daughter? It'd be best to put her into protective custody as soon as possible.
Not yet. I can't reach her. They called, but she's not picking up. Wasn't home when they went to the house either.
That's not good. Does that mean she never came home? And why weren't you the one trying to reach her?
Shut up. I don't have her contact info, alright?
Damn, she really doesn't trust you, huh?
Either way, I told her mother there was an emergency and we'd send an officer to find her and get her to safety. She was real reluctant, but I got her to agree.
I guess that explains why you got divorced. But if you, her former father, can't find her, how the hell did Nejima do it?
Former, that cuts deep.
Yikes. Sorry, it just kind of slipped out.
Because I'm your daughter now. Anyway, I suspect it has something to do with his Kuroseko.
Back on topic already, huh?
He said his Kuroseko could kill a lot of people in a short time. It may even allow him to act from a distance.
I see.
The one-sided read. What was the story about again?
Something about a man stalking a woman who goes insane and chops her up.
Is his something like any woman nearby him just fucking dies?
That would really suck!
Alright, one of the more gruesome... One of the 7 fucking mysteries. Holy shit, that sentence. There was nothing wrong with it, but I just could not say it.
As for Nejima's whereabouts, all we can do is throw more people at it until we find something. I'll check in with HQ frequently to see if they've got any updates. Yeah, poke him on the nose. Boop! And that's about it. Shall we continue our investigation? We could go to Komagaza High School to look for Hitomi Okuda, or to Michio Shiraishi's house to find more out about her.
This funky music.
I know, right?
There's a lot we need to do. This ain't looking good. We're gonna run out of time if we don't do something. Gotta keep moving. This sounds like something from like Detective Conan.
Oh?
Oh?
Do you want to go in order of, like, the timeline?
We'll do Hitomi's help.
8 a.m. Oh, good morning, Yako. Huh? Yako, rise and shine.
Huh?
Did you just fall asleep while standing out here? You're up.
Huh? It's morning?
Are you okay? Can you remember your name?
I'm
The Spectre of the Spirit.
of the Spirit Board. Yes, I am the Spectre of the Spirit Board.
No, no, don't fall back asleep. You must still be dreaming. Wake up!
Yes, I'm Yako Sakazaki.
Good.
Oh, Mio, thanks for last night. Was everything okay? Excuse me not being able to speak.
Yep, still alive. And don't worry, I do that sometimes too. I couldn't dispel the curse echo or learn the identity of who used it, but I managed to at least get away. But in that situation, it's the best you can hope for.
I'm sorry I got you involved in something so dangerous. I meant to look for you as soon as the sun rose, but I was just so sleepy. I can't even remember when I fell asleep.
It's okay. It's only natural to be exhausted after what you went through. Besides, I also feel bad that you've been wrapped up in all of this. It's supposed to be my job to prevent that from happening.
Oh yeah, you said something about that last night. Just who exactly are you, Mio? Just ignore that I didn't say that correct.
Well, the truth is, I've been trained in things having to do with the supernatural.
Huh? You mean you can learn that kind of thing? Oh my gosh. You mean you can learn that kind of stuff like you would with flower arranging?
I had quite the eventful childhood.
Huh, that sounds like it must have been tough.
Yes, it would take a long time to explain, so let's leave it at that for now. As fate would have it, I've ended up as the apprentice, or maybe more like assistant, to a notable paranormal expert. Schools have always had more paranormal disturbances because young people tend to be more susceptible to these things. I'm sent to schools that may experience something paranormal and put a stop to it before it happens.
Wow, that's amazing! It's like
Ah!
a part-time job you do while also being a student?
Well, I do help maintain public order, but it's all part of my training, so I don't get any money.
Oh, you've got it rough. Rough? Ah! You've got it rough then, but still, that really is amazing. You were so cool when you faced off against the evil spirit.
I never know if I should be happy when you compliment me like that. But anyways, that's why it's up to me to resolve any paranormal issues at the school. And why I'm going to look into the cause of all this. But for now, let's head to school.
Yeah!
Oh, do you have your curse stone? Now that it's daytime and its power is diminished, I should be able to hold on to it. Want to give it a try?
Right, I do have it, but...
Yako.
Is it really so wrong? Trying to bring Michio back, I mean?
I can't approve of it. The rite may seem like a dream come true, but if it involves taking the lives of other people, then
Yeah, true.
I want to make sure this whole ritual ends without anyone getting hurt. That's what I believe, and what I'll put before anything else.
I'm sorry, but is it okay if I hold on to it?
Yako.
I promise I won't use the curse, no matter what, but maybe there's some other way. That said, I'll help you, even if it's to stop the curse. For the Michio that still exists within me, I'll settle things so that we can move forward.
Okay, but if you ever feel in danger, you can give me the curse stone at any point.
Right. Thank you, Mio.
Okay then, let's go.
An old-fashioned candy shop located on a street corner in Honjo. It has been in Yako Sakazaki's family for 3 generations. On the weekends, you can spot Yako watching over the store, cooking monjayaki and playing traditional taps and card games with the local children. Though traditional candy shops are known for selling cheap treats for kids, it is not uncommon to see these largely private-owned businesses become something more like general stores, selling food, drinks, utensils, and other daily necessities. Many families operate candy shops on the dirt ground floor of their home, known as a doma, with a space in the back where customers can eat monjayaki as well as arcade games and capsule toy machines in the front. Such facilities make them attractive places for children to gather and play. However, the harsh reality is that traditional candy shops, which thrived during the period of high economic growth when many confectionery manufacturers entered the market, are experiencing a steady decline due to the rise of convenience stores and changes in children's interests and tastes. We interrupt your scheduled scary with some facts about Japanese economy.
Huh?
I thought it unusually noisy. There's a big group of people and police in front of the school. Did something happen?
If the police are here, then
The
something
way her
must
mouth
have.
moved in that one looked so funny. She looked like a Muppet.
I'll go ask.
Thanks!
This isn't good.
Huh? What happened?
Don't panic, okay? The first teacher who came to work this morning found something.
Okay.
Mr. Jonochi was found dead in the middle of the school grounds.
What?
They're closing the school for today. But that's not all. I didn't know this either since I didn't watch the morning news, but rumors are spreading that a number of bodies were found nearby.
What? There's no way! Why? Could it be? Because of the curse?
We don't know enough to say. From what I heard, Mr. Jonochi's body was in the middle of the grounds. But his body was covered in bruises, like he'd fallen from somewhere high.
Uh-oh, she's gonna start suspecting Yako used it. Weird.
Taking into account his unnatural death and the timing, it's
They're all
very
gonna
likely
think
this
Yako
has
did
something to
it.
do with the curse.
You're saying someone used their curse on him last night?
Seems like it, doesn't it?
But that's so scary! Yeesh. So the curses really do kill people. And someone used it.
Shh! Keep your voice down, okay? What would happen if another curse bearer heard you?
Sorry.
His deceased body was discovered on the school grounds at dawn.
I wish we had a little more information, but they've locked up the front gate. Maybe we could sneak in through the back entrance.
Bro, Yako looks like she could eat, consume, cannibalize Mio just by jumping up in the air and, like, opening her mouth and then, you know.
Are you saying Mio was short?
Yes.
Hmm? That person over there. Isn't that Hitomi Okuda?
You're right! That's unusual. Oh, but she was at school last night too.
She must know something about Mr. Jonochi. Let's see what she has to say.
Oh, Mio, wait for me!
Huh. So you're telling me the two of you were the ones at the school last night? No sense hiding it then. Plus, I owe you one, Mio. I'll tell you everything I know.
Thank you.
She owes you?
Oh, yeah. Right after I transferred here, there was a bit of trouble.
She gave me one of those, what was it? Oh, exorcisms.
Huh. So that's what it was. That makes total sense, and I'm not gonna question it any further.
Except we can!
Why would we question it further?
Did you hear about Mr. Jonochi?
Heard about it. I've known about it since last night. I saw that asshole bite it on the grounds myself.
What? You saw it happen?
What happened exactly? Don't really know myself. It was pitch black. What I can tell you. It was almost dawn, probably around 3. He started freaking out all of a sudden, ran out onto the ground like something was chasing him, then screamed, "Ah, somebody help me! Forgive me, Michio!" Or something like that while he was running around.
Michio! He mentioned Michio!
Was there anyone else out on the grounds?
It was too dark to see from where I was. But for just a second, I think I saw a girl in a school uniform with her hair in braids.
Oh?
I didn't go out to make sure, so it could have been nothing for all I know. Then I heard him begging for his life like, I was wrong and I'll do anything! Then all of a sudden his arms and legs snapped, even though he was just standing there. His arms and... oh, that's Yako.
His arms and legs broke without anything being done to him?
He fell over
I guess
and quit moving.
Mio's
so I-
not gonna suspect her because then she would have said, "Oh, I saw you there," and then ah.
Yeah, he fell over and quit moving, so I thought I'd better get out of there. Then he croaked. That's all I saw.
I see.
But from what you've told us, it almost sounds like Michio's ghost chased down Mr. Jonochi, fuck, and killed him.
Hell if I know anything about that. I'm just telling you what I heard him say.
Did you tell that story to the police?
Nope, and I ain't gonna. Can't count on them for shit. Not like they'd believe such an insane story anyways.
Right. But there must be at least one person in the police worth trusting, right?
Yeah, I guess. There was this one cop who was always... There was this one cop who always got on my case about stuff.
It's spreading. The ability to... the lack of speaking is spreading to you.
But he died just the other day.
Oh, he did? I'm sorry to hear that.
Everyone who gets involved with me ends up dead. Maybe I really am cursed. Pisses me off.
You've got it all wrong. The spirit that possessed you wasn't that kind of spirit.
Huh? It wasn't?
Yeah, this was just an unfortunate coincidence. Though I'm sure that was hard enough for you.
That's all I know about that asshole's death.
Hey, Mio, I've been thinking something.
Hmm?
The way she described it, it reminded me of something. The way Mr. Jonochi died. It sounds a lot like how Michio died. Of course, I didn't see it myself, but the state Michio's body was in, it was like she had fallen from high up.
Could they have been killed by the same curse? I don't think so. The curses of the Seven Mysteries hadn't manifested when she died. And if we can trust what the spirit board said, then Michio died in an accident.
Oh, right.
And that's all I know about that asshole's death. Okay.
Well, it could be someone accidentally used the curse, like how that would be how
Like how Shogo did it, yeah.
He accidentally killed. Well, technically he didn't, because when we did the thing, Shogo didn't kill anyone. We accidentally killed her.
Yeah.
Hey, Tommy, you were possessed by some kind of evil spirit.
I don't understand it all too well myself. What I can say for sure is, thanks to Mio, the weird symptoms that were happening to me all went away.
Yep. Some people are born with a natural sensitivity to the paranormal. They tend to end up isolated as they struggle to relate to the people around them. They also tend to draw spirits to them naturally. This can cause strange symptoms they don't understand, like headaches, muscle stiffness, and hallucinations, even memory problems. I'm sure it must have been very hard.
So that's how it works, huh? Do people always have... do people also have their personality taken over when possessed, too?
It is possible with spirits who have a very close relationship to their target, like siblings or a parent and child. But you almost never hear about people being taken over completely. It's when the two parties aren't in sync that those negative effects can start to appear.
So the seances or whatever you see on TV are all bogus?
Not quite. There are mediums and diviners who can align their minds with the spirits they call. Though there are people on TV who are just putting on a performance.
Huh.
There are people who in life had extremely powerful spirit sense, or a deep connection with the person. But even they shouldn't be able to completely take over the person they possess. And even if they could, it'd only be enough to pressure them to choose certain behaviors that wouldn't be unusual for them to do on their own to begin with.
Oh, really? Would any of that have to do with perhaps maybe cursing people?
But if that's the case... wouldn't you know if you were choosing the behavior of your own will or not?
Hence why there are a lot of cases where people don't even realize they're possessed. Though the spirit may influence the behavior and memories of the host, the deeper their connection in life, the easier it is for that to occur.
I see. Getting possessed by a spirit is pretty complicated, huh? It must have been tough for you being possessed for so long, he told me.
Whatever might happen to me doesn't make any difference. Me being able to see spirits and stuff has nothing to do with how things ended up like this.
Yeah, it's not like being able to see them is your fault either.
The same goes for me. Maybe it's just something we have to live with. I think you have a knack for it yourself, Yako. I bet you could see them too with a little training.
I think I may pass. So that's why you do the job you do, huh, Mio?
I thought she was a weirdo when she showed up all of a sudden saying she was gonna exorcise me. If you hadn't said anything, I probably would have knocked your lights out.
You tried to perform an exorcism on her without telling her anything?
You see, in my experience, most people don't understand no matter how much I explain. They only accept my explanation after they see the results.
Huh, I guess that makes sense.
Hitomi, last night, before you witnessed Mr. Jonochi collapse, can I ask what he and you were doing in the classroom?
You gonna tell the cops?
Oh, right. With everything that happened to Mr. Jonochi, they'll suspect you if we told them we saw you with him that night.
Anytime something happens with someone like me, all those shitty adults start jumping to conclusions.
I understand. I won't tell them. You wouldn't have been able to kill him anyway.
If you say so, then I don't mind telling you about it. So last night, that piece of shit, Janochi, called me over here acting like he was gonna attack me or something.
What? How terrible!
Whatever. I'm glad he's dead. He had it coming. Calling people worthless and a cancer on society when he doesn't know shit about them. That asshole was the one always acting like scum, if you ask me.
Is that so? Could you tell us in more detail why he called you out in the middle of the night?
It's hard to explain. Where to start? Okay.
What did you mean by Mr. Janochi acting like scum? Was he doing something bad?
You know Michio Shiraishi, right? The girl who killed herself?
Huh? Michio?
I don't know everything, but that creep of a teacher had some dirt on her. And he was using it to blackmail her. Call her up after school and make her do whatever he wanted.
What? What do you mean when you say whatever he wanted?
I'll leave it to your imagination. Nothing that a couple model students like you would ever get involved in.
No way! That's... How? What do you mean by dirt? I don't know anything about this. How could I have not known about this?
Yako, I know how you feel, but try to calm down.
You got guts acting like you were her friend. Janochi really did a number on both Michio's body and soul. She probably felt she couldn't tell anyone, like she had to suffer alone.
No, how terrible.
Hitomi, how do you know about this?
I just happened to walk in on it. I know the spots around school people go to when they want to stay out of sight. He ran off in a panic when I yelled at him asking what he was doing. Walked in on it. I couldn't just leave her alone looking like she was about to cry, so I stuck around for a bit. She told me everything that happened in whispers. She probably figured I wasn't the type to spread that stuff around. But she never asked for my help. She told me that she was fine and to keep it a secret.
Michio, why?
She probably thought she just had to grit her teeth till it was through. She was naive. I tried to tell her that if you give guys like that an inch, they'll take a mile. She kept saying about how it was her punishment. She was soft.
No.
Of course, Jonochi didn't change. He kept on doing what he was doing. I don't understand either of them, but that's as much as I was involved. And then she killed herself. Nothing I can do about it now.
Can you tell me, if you knew about it, then why didn't you?
You trying to say it's my fault? She told me not to say anything. She told me she was fine. So what the hell more responsibility do I have other than what I already did?
Yako, there's no point blaming Hitomi.
Michio, why? Did you hear what the dirt was?
Nope, never heard what it was. But from the sound of it, he'd been blackmailing her since about a year ago.
For that long?
The dick probably caught her doing something she shouldn't have been. She looked well behaved. There's more to a person than meets the eye, you know.
There must be some reason.
Dunno. Got nothing to do with me. So last night, how did it start? Oh, right. Remember that nosy cop I mentioned who was always on my case? He died at the former Yasuda Gardens a couple days ago. Yoshimi was his name. He was part of the juvenile division. He didn't look like a cop at all. Real rough guy, but good at looking out for folks, so he was the only one I could talk to.
Huh, so there was someone like that with the police.
Too bad he ended up dying. Oh, another thing. One time he suddenly introduced his fiancée to me. It was hilarious seeing a big guy like that act like a shy little kid all of a sudden. She told me that she was like me when she was my age and that she was on my side.
It must have been a terrible loss for her, too.
Yeah, I do feel a little bad for her when I think about how sad she must be. And I saw him at the gardens the night he died.
Oh no.
Whenever I would get worked up over something, Yoshimi always took me straight to that park. Then he'd listen to whatever it was I was pissed off about. That day, he called me over there like usual, but something seemed off about him, like he was worried about something.
Worried about something?
Yeah, he asked me for a favor, too. That was pretty unusual.
A favor? What kind of favor?
He handed me a weird talisman and asked me to hold on to it for him.
A talisman?
Yeah, just a normal good luck charm. I figured if that's it, then sure, I'll take it. I have it with me now. But that wasn't all. And then he told me that he wanted me to look for a talisman Michio Shiriishi had that looked like this one.
Huh? Michio? What does she have to do with this?
Yoshimi had been meeting up and talking with her. While they were together, he noticed that she had a special talisman or something. But apparently Michio always avoided the subject.
A talisman that Michio had?
He knew that I knew her, so that's why he asked me, he said.
Could there have been something that Michio couldn't even tell the police about?
I know that things at home were a little complicated.
From what I heard, Michio was keeping her mouth shut about what Jonochi was doing to her. Hard to talk with the cops when someone's got dirt on you. And I didn't squeal on anything about Michio either.
Michio, what is it that had such a strong grip on you?
So basically, Yoshimi just didn't just have his eye on Michio, but her talisman too. But after she died, he didn't know where it ended up. So since I knew her from school, he wanted me to look into it for him.
Is there something special about the two talismans? I wonder why he gave it to you.
Hell if I know. When I looked inside it, there was just a weird, kind of grimy scrap of wood.
So you've seen inside it?
But from the way he was acting, it seemed important to him somehow. But to be honest, what he was asking is such a pain in the ass, I figured he had to be serious about it.
Oh, and since he died right after that.
Yeah, he even said to me, if anything happens to me, take those two talismans. Give them to a guy named Nakagoshi at the police department. Knowing what I know now, he probably felt that something was gonna happen to him.
Nakagoshi?
Do you know him, Mia?
No, I've just heard the name, I think.
So there really is a Nakagoshi. That's a relief, at least. Anyway, it didn't feel right just ignoring a dead guy's last request.
He told me.
Yeah?
That talisman. Would you mind if I had a look at it?
Sorry, but I don't trust you all that much yet. It's important to me.
Oh, okay. So, last night you were looking for the talisman Michio had.
Yeah. And I figured that piece of garbage teacher would know the most about Michio. I asked him yesterday afternoon if he knew anything about her talisman. He gave me some cryptic response like, can't talk about it now, come to the school tonight. He even gave me the code to the lock on the back entrance. He seemed pretty willing to give it out, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's used it for secret meetings before.
Yuck. I can only imagine. We climbed over the front gate to get in.
So yeah, we met up in the classroom in the middle of the night. But nothing he said made any sense. Like that, I was really Michio and stuff like that. He went on and on about how it was my fault, and that if only I hadn't been around or something. He grabbed a hold of me, breathing heavily.
Were you okay?
Yeah, that's right when you two showed up. I was able to get away while Jonochi was freaking out.
Oh my gosh, good thing you got away.
So it's really all thanks to you two that I got away. But I didn't get any info about the talisman, so the whole thing was sort of a bust. Afterward, I was wondering what you two were up to, so I hid nearby. Then I saw you and old man Ashimiya talking, and then Mio showed up.
Oh, you did?
And that's also why I saw Jonochi come back outside and bite it.
I see. So you were only here to look for Michio's talisman.
I was dumb to fall for that creep Jonochi's trap so easy. Could have gone a lot worse, but I lucked out.
What you described does sound like Michio killed Mr. Jonochi. Did she have a reason? Or she did have a reason to hate him after all.
No way. You mean that really was her ghost? Like, for real?
Those who die bearing strong resentment or regret can occasionally become spirits, either bound to a place or roaming freely. However, it'd usually be impossible for them to kill the living. Most don't have that kind of power. But it's possible they could possess someone close to them to act on those lingering regrets.
Oh! That's what happened with Yako when she got it in her head, like, oh, he's doing it again. I gotta kill him this time.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
But we broke out of it, so she must have got somebody else to do it. Huh, wonder if that's what happened.
Alright then, supposing what the spirit board said is true, and Michio's death was an accident, then she must have had some regrets. She really hadn't given up on living, that is. I don't think she was just the kind of girl who would just give up no matter what the situation.
I don't really know, but she didn't seem like she had something tormenting her so much that she'd kill herself. And that's all I know. Happy? I still gotta look for the talisman.
Sure. Thank you, Hitomi.
Oh, if you two find out anything about Michio's talisman,
We'll be sure to let you know.
thanks.
Oh, can we get your contact info? Where can we normally find you?
Right, I'm not home most of the time. Usually I'm at a friend's place. Here's the phone number.
Thanks, we'll call her if we need to talk with you. And,
What is it?
you're easier to talk to than I imagined. I was kind of scared at first, but not anymore.
Shut up. You were the one avoiding me. Anyway, catch you later. And don't die out there, okay?
Thanks. We'll be
Make
careful.
me!
BRB off to get myself killed.
Man, I can't tell if Yako is really tall or everyone else, all the other girls are just really short.
I think Mio is supposed to be short.
Yeah, but she was a lot taller than Hitomi, too.
Yako might just be a tall girl.
Giga Yako. Alright then!
We got a lot of new information. Sounds like Mr. Jonochi was killed by a curse, just as we thought. Which means there was a curse bearer at the school. Multiple, in fact.
Multiple? You think so?
Yes. The curse echo we experienced in the school and the one that killed Mr. Jonochi seemed to be different. The people in the school at the time other than us were Mr. Jonochi, Hitomi, and Old Man Ashimiya, who you ran into. I was thinking it would be among them, but there was one more person. Hitomi saw a girl in a school uniform with braids.
From what Hitomi was saying, it doesn't seem like she's one. And Mr. Jonochi is pretty suspicious, though. If he were a curse bearer, it would certainly explain why he was killed.
Right. That's why I say there are multiple.
Oh right, the person who killed Mr. Jonochi would had to have been one too. Which means it must be either the mysterious girl or old man Hashimiya.
Yeah, we should certainly be careful of them. That said,
We already know.
Well, we know who he has one, but we don't know if he's the one who killed Jonochi. Because again, Mio's body, the way her body was found, was different than how Jonochi's body wound up. Because the curse kills people in the same way. No matter who the target is, so long as it's the same curse. So, it couldn't have been the same person. Unless they had 2 curse stones and just decided to activate a different one. It's possible. We already know that people can hold on to multiple, but we don't actually know if that means that Tsutsumi could use the others. He seemed to be more reliant on the liar one.
the mysterious girl and the fact that Mr. Jonochi thought it was Michio that was attacking him has me wondering. Of course, I doubt Michio herself was actually there, but...
Oh, I just remembered. I also saw Mr. Araishi outside the main gate last night.
But we know as the player that that was after the ever-burning lantern was taken.
You did. It's likely he's involved with the curses, given that he's the one doing research on the rite of resurrection.
So we'll have to be careful of Old Man Ashimiya and Mr. Araishi. I want to believe that not all curse bearers will be hostile? What the fuck? Hostile, but...
As for what to do now, I'd like to find who is responsible for the Feast of Shadows that set this off, and how they did it. I don't think we'll be able to end this without stopping it at its source.
Huh, that makes sense. In which case, next we should do what exactly?
We'll need to talk with Mr. Araishi. He definitely knows something. It should be safer during the day, so I think we should try to look for him.
Got it. I'll help in any way I can. But the school is closed. I wonder where he could be.
Let's try heading someplace someone may know where he is.
Where to go then? And so, Miyo Kurosuzu and Yako Sakazaki decided on their next location to investigate. I guess we can't do anymore?
Yeah, I guess we don't have enough info.
Fancy sushi!
You want to do that one?
Let's actually do Haruwe and Richter.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you feeling?
I'm fine. I hope we can make good progress today.
How's your curse stone looking?
I haven't felt anything from it since sunrise.
Interesting. It's possible that its powers can only be unleashed at night then.
That aside, why are you so late this morning?
There are unfortunately some things that can't be investigated while the world slumbers. But I did get some research done in what little limited time I had.
Very well. Let's talk. This is the old mansion where I was born and raised. Once a warrior clan with a mansion in Honjo, now a dynasty of police officers, the Shigemo family is one of considerable repute. The family estate was originally located some distance from the city, but the Great Kanto earthquake of 1923 forced them to rebuild it in a new location. The Shigemo mansion was at one time a bustling place where members of the social elite mingled. 1 year ago, however, the head of the house was struck with a sudden melancholy, and ever since their mansion has stood silent as the grave. No one's in the mansion at the moment. The door has been locked shut. The housekeeper has already left after cleaning and preparing food. The town is beginning to wake up once more. The clamor of society can be heard from beyond the garden gates. Like any day, a cloud of pollution drifts out from the industrial area. He's looking a bit tired. He must have been up all night investigating. Not my fault, though. We may be surrounded by curses and death, but it matters little. My only concern is whether I can see my child again.
By the way, there's something I wanted to talk to you about.
And what's that?
Our current plan is to steal a curse stone that's already absorbed soul dregs, but I'm wondering if it would suffice to not steal, but instead negotiate with a curse bearer and have them use the right for our purposes.
Oh. I mean, I suppose that would accomplish the same. But do you think it's possible?
So long as we offer compensation, it may prove much easier than you'd expect.
Compensation?
Cash, for instance. That wouldn't be off the table for a family as rich as the Shigemas, would it?
Of course. Why, any amount would be fine if it'd get the job done. I won't let monetary matters lead me to regrets the way it did back with the ransom.
Okay. With that option on the table, let's figure out our strategy.
Do you have a curse bearer with whom we can negotiate in mind?
Not yet. Surprisingly, it seems the other curse bearers haven't been that proactive about collecting soul dregs. Did you see the news this morning?
No, I haven't.
Overnight, 3 mysterious deaths were reported in this area. They've yet to announce the identities of the bodies found, but they've been nicknamed the Honjo serial killings. It's garnered quite some attention on the streets.
Oh my. Only 3?
That's what I thought. Even if the victims were curse bearers, just 1 or 2 wouldn't be enough soul dregs. And for what those curse stones are capable of, a mere 3 victims seems a little on the low side. With this little activity all through the night, the curse bearers must be a cautious bunch.
What's holding them back? Are we not all after the power of resurrection?
There may still be some undiscovered victims, but it doesn't seem like anyone has gathered enough soul dregs yet. We might have to set up some bait to spur them into action.
And then we offer the deal.
None of the curse bearers seem very proactive. I wonder if this situation could be what the mastermind who kicked it all off intended.
Now that's an interesting theory. You think there's someone behind this all?
You mentioned hearing an agonized voice telling you to kill when you first obtained the curse stone. That doesn't sound like a coincidence to me. Someone agitated the curses in this area on purpose, and they are likely after the rite of resurrection as well.
So you're thinking this person is not one of the curse bearers?
You've got a sharp mind, ma'am. Though it might seem obvious for the mastermind to become a curse bearer and collect soul dregs if they were after the rite, this would be very risky, since as a curse bearer, they themselves would become a target.
So it'd actually be more convenient for them if the curse bearers moved less aggressively.
That's right. But despite that, they've been inciting the curse bearers to commit murders. Why? Let's consider this. What if the mastermind isn't trying to collect soul dregs themselves?
You mean their intention was also to steal the souls while the other curse bearers compete with each other from the start?
Sitting back and observing from the sidelines is the safer course of action. Which is why I figured it best for us to attempt the same strategy.
So how should we do it?
There's still reason to suspect the mastermind could be a curse bearer themselves. To be honest, I want to keep my distance from whoever it is. There's no telling what kind of power they might possess. Whether our aim is to negotiate or steal, we'll have to outpace the mastermind in making contact with the other curse bearers.
How do you suppose we do so?
At this point, all we can do is search.
If there's a mastermind inciting the curse bearers to collect soul dregs, can we be sure there even is a rite of resurrection?
Good question. The rite could be nothing but a myth fabricated to spur the curse bearers into action. Seeing it might be for naught, do you want to give up, ma'am?
Never.
Understood. After all, we'll never know the truth unless we see it for ourselves. But we'll do it without using the curses ourselves. By the way, I met a few people who seemed like potential curse bearers last night. I did some investigating into all of them. But I only managed to get detailed information on 2.
You're quick. I suppose that's to be expected from an investigator extraordinaire.
I appreciate the flattery. First, there's Ayame Tono, the girl we talked to before, though she isn't a curse bearer herself. She's a student attending T University of Art. I assume Tokyo University. She currently lives alone in an apartment near Midoricho Park.
You even determined her address? You're not one to be underestimated, Mr. Investigator Extraordinaire.
I called every single university with ukiyo-e in the curriculum pretending to be her parent. I went around to check on her place on the way here. It doesn't seem like she returned home last night. I'm worried she might have run into some trouble.
Didn't you attempt to follow her last night?
I'm embarrassed to say, but I couldn't. She shook me. I couldn't keep track of her.
And here I thought you were an investigator extraordinaire.
I'd like to learn more about her, but it would take some time.
I'm just gonna ignore you insulting me.
You hurt my feelings, ma'am.
And now I'm going to hide inside my hat.
She is planning to steal the curse stones, just like us. It's best we act carefully around her. Next is the tall man who is dressed in black. I met him near Kinshicho. He stood out with the way he dressed. I managed to get some good information from him.
Impressive.
What can I say? He works as the secretary to Hihaku Soap's chairwoman. I believe his name is Takumi Yumioka. The Hihaku Soap's headquarters and factories are both located in Honjo, correct?
Yes, they've been here for a while, but it's only in the past 10 years that the company has shown significant growth.
I remember seeing the chairwoman on the news a few years back. She seems to be very shrewd. With the increase in sales, I assume she'd want her factories running at full capacity. But with the harsh restrictions against industrial waste, a lot of the factories with older equipment had to be shut down.
That's right. Even 10 years ago, there was many complaints about chemical plants dumping waste into the river.
Most companies back then were more concerned with making a profit than protecting the environment. I wonder what a man working for such a company would have been up to in the middle of the night. On the way here, I stopped by the company's headquarters, but they hadn't started for the day. I should have better luck later.
Let's hope you will. Perhaps they're interested in seeing if the rite would be beneficial for their product research into beauty and skincare.
Huh, now that's an interesting thought. I ran into one more suspicious young man last night.
This one seemed to be out collecting soul dregs, right?
Indeed. I couldn't get a good look at him, though, and I couldn't gather enough intel to properly identify him.
Well, that's a shame.
But that's clearly Janochi. But I can make an educated guess.
Oh?
Oh, no wait, that's Araishi? They have similar hair. Their back profiles are similar. He's one of the
He's one of those guys.
You know that researcher who discovered the ancient text on the Rite of Resurrection? The one that lives near here? His name is Hideki Araishi, and the man I met was very similar in stature.
Oh my. Even he is involved. How awfully suspect.
Oh, that's you.
Considering his background, couldn't he be the one who initiated the whole affair?
I think it's possible, yes. Which is why I decided to refrain from making contact with him for the time being. Safety first.
Oh, you silly little boy. Understandable.
Of course, I want to learn more, but this isn't the right time to focus on him. I prefer to ascertain who else is a curse bearer. First, I'll return to Hihaku Soaps to see that man in black. Their headquarters are down on South Warigasui Street. I learned something new about the criminal involved with the kidnapping. It concerns the serial killings. There was a body found at Komagata High School. The person was identified as a schoolteacher. His name was Kohei Donochi.
Do you think he was a curse bearer?
Not sure. It's possible. But regardless, this means the two people who knew the truth about the kidnapping are both dead.
Just when we were getting somewhere.
It isn't enough to make me give up, of course. Oh! The blackmail that he was using was him seeing Michio be the one to lead.
Oh yeah, probably.
Still, we don't know anything about Michio Shiraishi's residence. It'd be wise to pay it a visit.
Understood.
In addition to the 3 victims associated with the Honjo serial killings, there's Michio Shiraishi, who reportedly committed suicide, and the police officer who died at the former Yasuda Gardens. If strange deaths continue occurring like so, they're bound to inspire strange rumors.
But those last 2 have nothing to do with the 7 mysteries, no?
It's true, both occurred a week before this accursed situation began. Still, it cannot be ruled out. It's possible that the mastermind was involved even with those killings.
How?
What if there were preliminary steps to awakening the 7 mysterious curses? Can we really assume they're unrelated just because the timing doesn't match up? Or rather, the police officer's death is so baffling that it'd be easier if it were connected to these curses. The victim wasn't the type to be caught off guard easily.
You seem to know a lot about this.
I suppose we weren't strangers. My personal feelings might be wrapped up in this one, too.
I see. If you were to investigate this matter more, you might get a lead on the mastermind.
You're right. If we wish to focus on the mastermind's identity, this would be a fine starting point. We might even discover more deaths related to the curses on the way. We should pay attention to today's news. Well, that's all I have to report. Shall we continue with our investigation? What do you want to do? If you still can't use the cursed stone, taking a walk should be a fine place to start.
Right, let's go together. I want to see what's going on for myself.
In that case, I'll trust you to decide on where we should go, ma'am.
Where should I go to begin my search? Which places have stood out to me most so far? Maybe Midoricho Park? Midoricho Park!
We're here. This is Midoricho Park. Ayame Tono lives around here. She wasn't in her apartment when I dropped by this morning. I wonder if it's worth checking in again. This place is connected with the story of the Taiko of Suguru. Not only that, Katsushika Hokusai's home was also in this area. That might be why Ayame chose to live here.
A small park bordering South Warigesui Street, sporting a mixture of cherry and evergreen trees. Although unremarkable in most respects, its small playground always attracts a number of children come evening. While no trace remains in the modern day, it stands on what was once the site of the Suguru estate. The legendary artist Katsushika Hokusai is also believed to have been born in the vicinity. What are you reading about?
Well, imagine being this obsessed, right? Aha! Oh, good going, ma'am! You found haiku! That's a rare one!
Is it now?
I love it.
It's always heartwarming to see children playing in the park.
Just thinking about that while looking at Richter.
Richter seems to like kids. Perhaps because they're on the same wavelength. It seems picking up. What? Wait, it seems picking up Ayame's trail is out of the question for now.
Why
did we even come here?
To get the bird. We won't get much done standing around here. Why don't I go and check out Ayame's apartment?
You don't mean to speak with her, do you?
No, I'd prefer to get an idea of what she's been up to. I'd like to see whether she's been home or not, just to potentially get a trace on her movements.
Then be my guest.
Okay, I shouldn't be long. I'm back, ma'am.
That was fast, so nothing.
I'm afraid so. She still hasn't returned. However, I noticed a few people who seem to be related to the police force keeping watch in the area. Okay, that basically confirms that suspicion for me. I think Ayame is Tsutsumi daughter.
Oh.
I don't know if they got eyes on her apartment, but they do appear to be watching the building it's in.
Interesting. Why is his daughter so fucking crazy?
I don't
You've got
know.
a sharp eye to have noticed them despite being so covert.
What can I say? It's part of the job. However, it meant I had to refrain from knocking on her door or looking through her windows. I wasn't able to check her electric meter or mailbox either, unfortunately. she
You were
looks...
planning to go that far?
We won't make much progress sticking around here. Okay, I think that's all we can do. I love Street. The Hihaku Soap's headquarters are on the other side of South Warikisui Street.
I know you love Street, you little silly boy.
They were closed when I visited this morning, but it appears things are up and running now.
Ignores me.
Back in the Edo period, the canal known as the South Warikisui ran through this area, but it's been turned into a major road. It's a bit away from Kinshicho Station or Ryogoku Station, though it's still considered a nice area. The stories of the ever-burning lantern and the foot-washing mansion both took place around here. One of the bodies discovered this morning was found by this road as well.
This is quite a lively area, huh?
I suppose you could call it somewhat of a city center.
A Warigesui portioning ditch refers to a waterway dug down in the middle of a road as to divide it. At the dawn of the Edo period, the Honjo district was a little more than a collection of suburban rice farms. As the area became more developed, the South Warigesui was excavated in order to drain rainwater into the Yoko Jiken River to the east. Though it served the people long and faithfully, it was converted into an underground culvert at the beginning of the Showa era. In the present, no trace of it remains on the surface, but the street that bears its name. He tells me he barely slept last night, and yet he seems to be brimming with energy.
That was the 12 coffees, ma'am.
Was I, too, that resilient at his age? Perhaps it's what sets apart a detective from the rest.
To think a small soap-making company could grow so much in such a short time. They have factories and warehouses throughout the area now. You can see why the director and now chairwoman, Natsue Yamamori, is called the Queen.
The chemical producer that ranks 4th largest in the domestic detergent market and 7th largest in the cosmetics market. From its humble beginnings as a small soap factory, established after the war in 1946, founder Natsue Yamamori utilized her feminine perspective and a well-timed economic boom to boldly lead the company into new markets. Even as the market grew crowded with the industrialization of Sumida City, the company continued to expand, digging its roots deep into the area. In particular, it established itself as a household name by focusing its branding toward the rapidly expanding convenience store market. Its flagship products now include cosmetics, detergent, soap, shampoo, and more. The company's name, Hihaku, can also refer to kasuri, a type of pattern fabric.
Natsue Yamamori. Natsue is the former president of Hihaku Soaps, a large chemicals company. Though she retired from her position 2 years ago, she still wields great influence over the company from her position of chairwoman. Recently, there have been rumors about her possessing strange and powerful magical abilities, earning her the nickname the Witch of Hihaku. Prior to the war, Natsue enjoyed working her dream job at a textile factory. She was forced to face the bitter reality of the world, however, when the factory was destroyed by a fire during the war, and she was ordered to rework the fabrics she had painstakingly crafted into something more suitable for blue-collar work. Witnessing the rise in popularity of Western-style clothing in the post-war period, Natsue left the textile industry. However, a nod to her past can be seen in her company's name, with Hihaku being another name for kasuri, a type of fabric featuring patterns and images woven with dyed fibers. Having long been dissatisfied with the soap supplied at the textile factory, Natsue saw a business opportunity and set up her own small soap factory. Taking inspiration from imported soap brands, she developed new products which quickly gained a good reputation. Ever the shrewd businesswoman, Natsue ran an aggressive promotional campaign on TV featuring a popular Japanese singer, rapidly turning Hihaku soaps into a household name.
You mentioned that Takumi works as her secretary.
That's correct.
Do you think it's possible he's acting on her orders?
That's exactly my thinking. A curse bearer with both money and power could certainly look at resurrection as their next prize. Negotiating with a person of that stature may prove difficult. Business is up and running. I can see people inside the reception area.
So, an influential person at Hihaku Soaps is potentially a curse bearer. Richter proposed we use money to negotiate for the cursed stones. But we could hardly outbid a large corporation if it came down to it.
First, I need to confirm whether Takumi is the man I ran into last night. Oops, I pressed Y. Then I'll be able to determine if he's a curse bearer. It'll be better if I go inside the headquarters alone. You should walk around. Visit a cafe for some tea, perhaps?
Okay, Richter, be a good boy now.
I'm going to go in. I may be a while, so feel free to find somewhere to kill time.
Okay, good luck in there.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Did you go anywhere fun?
No, I just stood here and stared at the building.
That's...
Hurry up and spit out my information.
okay.
How did it go?
I'll fast forward to the conclusion. I met with Takumi. There's no doubt, he's the same man I saw last night. But it doesn't seem like he's a curse bearer. But that doesn't mean he has no connections to the recent curses. He knew about the 7 mysteries. He even guessed we have a curse stone of our own.
Excuse me, princess!
That's why I was kind of hoping you left the area somewhat, so I could meet up with you away from their front office, but you know, it's too late for that now. I tried to approach Takumi about a fallen item after I had ran into him last night, however. You said your name was Richter, correct? I have a favor I'd like to ask of you. I'm hoping you would hand over the curse stone in your possession. Curse stone? What are you on about? There's no need to play dumb with me. In fact, there's no time for it. I had all the same reason you did to think you were a curse bearer last night. And your arrival here only confirms it. You are a curse bearer, no? You're right. We lack time. I'll confess, I am a curse bearer. I possess the curse stone of the haunting clappers. I'm glad to hear the truth. Finally, this conversation is worthwhile. It is a dangerous item you hold. Give it to me. My company will take the responsibility to dispose of it. I didn't know the soap business specialized in scrubbing curses clean. It is the prerogative of Miss Yamamori. Is that so? Assuming you've obtained the curse, you understand the power it involves, no? Miss Yamamori possesses supernatural powers akin to those of a god. She also has a deep love for this land, having transformed it from the pile of dirt it once was to the home of our headquarters. She cannot stomach the fact that it's now the site of these curses run rampant. So you're telling me the Queen of Hihaku is a real-life witch? She wouldn't appreciate being called that, mind you. Boop. There's a sorcerer by the name of Suigen Gamyoto who's gallantly working behind the scenes, exorcising spirits and the like. Go on. That being so, there have already been instances of the dead coming back to life. Do you understand the urgency of this matter? These are curses we're speaking of, tools which are used by wicked beings to possess people. The rite of resurrection is nothing but a fabrication meant to seduce the curse bearers into unspeakable action. If you truly understand what I'm talking about, you must hand over that curse stone at once. Very interesting. With that said, just how many cursed stones have you acquired so far? If what you tell me is true, surely the company would have launched a large-scale search by now. You little shit. We have 6. That's a lie. 6? Whoa, I can rest at ease then. We know that's a lie.
Yeah.
And here I thought I was at risk of being cursed. It seems we are on the same page. If that is the case, you should hand over your curse stone immediately. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but it's not actually in my possession at the moment. Considering its importance, I've been keeping it in hiding. Really now. Then I'll accompany you while you retrieve it. I'm sorry, but I've got something important to attend to, but I promise I'll return with it later. Very well. Then you won't refuse to provide your address and telephone number, I presume. How prudent of you. I'll oblige. Ernestine will pick up the phone. And that's how it went.
So they aren't after the ride after all?
I wouldn't be so quick to trust him.
Oh?
I believe we're dealing with a master in deception. He may well have made up a story to convince us to part ways with our stone. I think he was lying about having procured 6 curse stones as well. Like, really? 6? That's excessive.
Well, now I feel gullible. You mean...
The company is plotting something. I wonder what they mean to do with the curse stones. He seemed rather desperate to get a hold of ours, despite us not having collected any soul dregs. Perhaps the people at Hihaku are the masterminds behind the curses being unleashed.
Because the chairwoman's a witch.
I wonder about that, too. If she really were that powerful, would her secretary have divulged that information so casually? Takumi was either making it up as he went, or he's trying to spread a rumor. This isn't Persona 2, though, so it's not going to work like that.
For what purpose would he do that?
Recently, people have been caught up about the occult more than ever before. If word spreads that Hihaku's chairwoman has godlike powers, she could very well benefit socially and politically from that mystique.
That's unsettling.
We should avoid Hihaku for the time being. It'll be a pain if I have to deal with Takumi again. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing of interest I heard while in the company's reception lobby.
And what's that?
People were discussing whether one of the bodies found this morning was that of a Hihaku employee.
Really?
Yeah, Martini Manshogo. He worked here, didn't you know? So long as the officials haven't revealed the identity, it all amounts to no more than speculation, though. Despite that, I've reason to believe Hihaku Soaps is deeply involved with the 7 mysteries. At the very least, I can assure you I've gathered that much. The more we know, the better our negotiations will go. Any birds? No?
I love birds. How interesting that the queen of Hihaku, or the witch, whatever she is trying to get her hands on the rite of resurrection. It's like some kind of dark fairy tale. regardless of what is or isn't true, we must stay one step ahead.
To the school! Here we are at Ground Zero, Komagata High School. Okay. I guess it's logical that the police has got this place shut down. The teacher's body was found here, after all. It's as if the students have nowhere to go now that the school's closed. Let's look for a bird. I don't think there's one in this area. The news has attracted a bunch of curious onlookers, huh? That works in our favor. The more people around, the better we can blend in. It seems the officers are still inspecting the scene. Entry has been strictly prohibited.
He appears to be wary of those police officers. Maybe the police really do have something against private investigators, just like in those detective novels. Two people have died. A teacher named Kohei Junochi and a student, Michio Shiraishi. Is there anything else to be gained here?
This place is said to be connected with the story of the Fool's Procession. I wouldn't be surprised if a curse bearer decided to turn up. However, I need to find out if that teacher was a curse bearer or not. I expect the police to be baffled since they don't know about the curses. I can ask around and see what the students have to say. Probably should inquire, right?
Probably.
Alright, I'll go ask the students about Michio. I'm back, ma'am.
So what did you learn?
That school kids sure love a good rumor. I was practically drowning in stories about Mr. Junochi and Michio, most of which seemed dubious at best.
Not surprising.
Most of what I heard was hardly worth a second thought. But there was one story that caught my attention.
Oh?
Some believe that Michio is the one who killed Mr. Junochi.
Really?
The story's got two pieces of evidence to back it up. One of them wasn't news to me. Apparently, he's been mumbling that Michio was going to kill him for some days now. A fellow teacher overheard his mumbling and told the students.
And then it spread like wildfire, I suppose. Rumors that juicy don't stay secret for long.
As for the other piece of evidence, a pig-tailed girl in her school uniform was seen around the school late last night.
Go on.
Although numerous people claim to have seen the girl, not one of them saw her face. Some are proposing it was Michio brought back to life, or that it was her vengeful spirit. But it's not like Michio's the only high school girl to wear pigtails. This rumor might have been made up just to fan the flames.
But if it were true, I'd want to get a hold of her in order to hear her side of the kidnapping.
If she's alive, that'd be ideal. There's still one more thing I should mention. I discovered where Michio lived. A student had a list of student addresses on hand.
That's an amazing find.
I believe all of the students actually have a copy of said list. It truly worries me how easy it was to obtain what should be confidential information. Imagine what would happen if that information got into the wrong hands.
Well, so far it hasn't, no.
Sure, let's hope it stays that way. In the meantime, it's now possible for us to visit Michio Shiriishi's house. I can imagine the students aren't easy after learning of the murder. It may do them well to stay home for some time, if not for fear of their safety. The police are probably too wrapped up in solving the case to be concerned about the students' mental health.
I can see that.
It's important that society provides a safe environment for the benefit of our youth. Some school policies could use some rewriting, especially those handling the students' personal information.
That's right, I don't want a student being kidnapped on their way back home ever again.
I expect criminals to grow more cunning as time passes. There may be times where the authorities can't keep up. That's where outlaws such as myself come in.
What's this about?
Actually, forget I said anything.
I'm sorry, I can't. You're too... Never mind.
He's like a little fluffy dog.
He barks a lot. He's a bit of a yapper.
He is a yapper. My throat can agree that he is quite the yapper.
Me too, so...
It's actually hilarious how little you say when we do highways. Because Richter just does so much talking.
I'd expect her family might be able to tell us more, but it's a hard topic to bring up so soon after her suicide. However, it's normal for a high school girl to keep things hidden from her parents, especially if it involves criminal activity. How did it go?
I went to visit Michio Shiriishi's family home. However, no one seemed to be there. I got no answer at the door, and all the lights were out. Seems to have been empty for a while now. There was a stack of newspapers out front. That's bizarre.
I don't understand. Why has no one come to the house even after Michio committed suicide? I wonder if this place is okay.
It's a bit quieter over here. It is a residential area, after all. All these rundown row houses really scream working class, don't they?
I've never liked these messy and cluttered back streets. They give me the jitters every time. It's reassuring to have someone as strong and tall as Richter accompanying me. He looks so unfazed. I suppose a detective is used to this kind of thing, always investigating and chasing criminals. I wouldn't be cut out for it. I accidentally took off one of my keys.
Oh no! Social connections run deep in working
You sounded so worried. Oh no.
Oh no! Social connections run deep in working class areas like this place, so I decided to talk to the locals. I met a few nice old ladies who were kind enough to give me the scoop. Turns out the Shiriishi's reputation really went down the dumps this past year.
Is that so?
I'll give you the quick summary. They moved here about 3 years ago. Their previous residence was in a better part of town. Michio's father died in a car accident, leaving behind just the two of them. Michio's mom, Toshiko, now a single mother, relocated here. At first, they got along with their neighbors, many of which were in similar situations, helping and being helped in turn.
So far, so good. What happened?
Well, as I said, the reputation began to go downhill about a year ago. A man recognized as Toshiko's common-law husband had moved into the household. His name was apparently Kankichiro Iwai. Neighborhood gossip is something else. Somehow everyone knew his name.
So what of this Iwai character?
He was apparently a vulgar fellow with a criminal record. He was prone to violent outbursts. The neighbors often heard screams and shouting coming from the home. The neighbors took particular notice of Toshiko's screams, pleading with him not to hit Michio.
That's terrible.
As if that wasn't unsettling enough, every night the neighbors also began to hear an eerie chanting. Through this, the shirishi standing in the neighborhood plummeted rapidly. Toshiko was often seen covered in bruises and wounds. She stopped responding to her neighbors. She would just turn the other way when greeted. They kept their storm shutters closed even during the day, and effectively shut themselves away from the entire community.
That sounds horrible. Why didn't the police step in and do something?
Unfortunately, under our current laws, the police aren't allowed to get involved with domestic disputes. Which I still think is crazy.
That's awful.
And then Michio reportedly killed herself. Things only got worse with Iwai, and Toshiko was admitted to the hospital for physical and mental abuse. Ever since, Iwai hasn't returned to the home. Many locals expressed sympathy for Michio's circumstances, but just as many were fed up with Shirishi's entirely and seemed relieved that things finally quieted down again. It seems that they were still considered outsiders even after 3 years of living here.
I don't understand it. Why would Toshiko have gotten involved with such a brutish good-for-nothing in the first place?
I've heard many stories where one's partner's personality does a complete turn after entering a relationship. After her first husband's death, Toshiko's financial situation had also taken a turn for the worse. She was determined to send her daughter to a good high school. It's possible she fell victim to sweet promises.
Life can be tough, I suppose.
You don't seem moved by the story, ma'am. That's fine. People have all kinds of stories. Common-law husband of Michio Shirishi's mother, Toshiko Shirishi, started coming and going from the Shirishi household a little over a year ago. It seems he has served some time in prison, but the details are unknown. Oh, so you came here too.
Huh? What is it? Ah! It's the police!
Could you repeat what you know one more time for me, Richter?
Ah, fuck. It's the police. Run, Harué. Run on all fours. And she just crawls away. Fancy sushi.
Oh yeah, they were heading this way, weren't they?
I guess it's good we did that other one first.
Yeah. Ooh. I'm gonna refill my drink. I'm gonna go through so much water.
Can you get me the last soy milk?
The last soy milk? Okay. I can do that.
We can get some more tomorrow.
Wouldn't that mean our grocery store trip involves going to the...
Yeah, but we're leaving in the morning because I'm not streaming with Beb tomorrow. I'm doing it on Thursday.
Oh, okay. Alright, well, entertain my chat while I get you the soy milk.
No!
Yes!
I don't know how. I'm going to cry.
You'll be fine.
I'm sorry I burped. Summary of previous events. With dusk fast approaching, they have no time to waste. With that in mind, Tsutsumi and Ario direct their investigation toward Komogata High School and the Shiraishi residence. With dusk fast approaching, they have no time to waste. Tsutsumi. With that in mind, Tsutsumi and Ario direct their investigation toward Komogata High School and the Shiraishi residence. What the fuck? What does that even mean? Oh,
Hello. Did you entertain?
no, I really didn't. Sorry. I'm not
That's-
very good at that.
That's fine. I just also grabbed a snack.
Yeah, I was like, man, she's taking a lot longer than I expected.
I wanted a snack. The freaking detective music. Here we are, Komagata High. Classes are suspended for the day, so the students are kind of just wandering around aimlessly.
Ideally, we could talk to someone who was involved in the incident. Easier said than done, though.
Hey now! Because we moved them here, is that why they're there?
Maybe.
Komagata High's gymnasium also serves as a polling place and evacuation center. A lot of the buildings around here are still made of wood, but this place looks safe and sturdy. The school gate will stay locked while the forensics inspects the scene of the incident. Looks like they're still busy. Let's talk to the person in charge later. The news of the dead teacher has also attracted a fair share of rubberneckers. The atmosphere is kind of tense with this many cops around. Is there something on my shirt? Don't tell me I stink!
You do stink, Jin.
This place isn't only connected to the case because the students were under Yoshimi's jurisdiction. It's also the site of the Fool's possession, and of course, where that teacher was killed. Seems like a likely place to find some clues, don't you think? The students are just standing around chatting. Guess they've got nothing to do while the school is closed. Help me find the bird, June. There might be a bird here.
Huh, that's...
Boss? What is it? You want to talk to those girls?
I do! Yeah, I do. This is divine intervention. We were brought here for a reason. Come on, Ario!
Huh? What? Hey, aren't you? You must be that high schooler skirting the child labor laws who I've heard so much about. Say that again? Sorry about that, he's with me. Mr. Tsutsumi, if
I
that's
think
how
that was supposed to be Satsumi. But-
Yeah, what the heck? Yeah, that should have been Satsumi's line.
Sorry about that, he's with me!
Mr. Tsutsumi, if that's how you feel, maybe you should look into improving my working conditions. I'd prefer not to work for free, to be honest.
Don't you worry about that. If you help us out, you can have whatever you want. Boss's treat.
Wait,
Should you still be Yako?
really?
Thank you so much. I've always wanted to go to a fancy sushi place.
Oh yeah, like one of those places in Ginza. I've never been, let's go!
We got ourselves a deal, right, boss? The girls are at our service. Don't say it like that, buddy. Also that face. Fancy sushi? I want some.
Hold on now, what just happened? I never said sushi.
Looking forward to it, boss.
Wait, since when were you included? You should do stand-up!
Forensics is still investigating the area.
That's me, though.
I know.
Forensics is still investigating the area. I didn't really want to bring these kids to a place like this, but there are too many onlookers outside for us to speak comfortably. Besides, it would be good to have Mio look around the scene, too.
Maybe there's a bird here. Hey guys, you wanna help me look for birds?
Yeah, totally! And then Yako and, Tsutsumi. What's all that rope about? What's that rope about?
It indicates where Jonochi's body was found. They've moved his body, but this way we still have an idea of how it was found.
Yikes! That's a little gross. You can even see how his arms and legs are all... Ugh. Cool it, Ario. You're scaring her. This kind of stuff is a little much for a kid.
Hey, I'm pretty sure she only asked because you were staring at it so intently.
Alright, that's enough. Mio, what do you think?
I knew it the second I looked at the scene. You're right. Traces of a curse still linger here.
I figured as much.
Does that mean Jonochi was killed by one of the curses of the Seven Mysteries?
Yes. A strong curse like that always leaves behind a trace.
Wow, Mio, you're so calm. Are you used to this kind of thing?
I wouldn't say I'm used to it. It just comes with experience, I guess.
No, I've heard some stories about you. Didn't you investigate a gruesome scene where someone had been killed by a paranormal attack without even breaking a sweat?
Stop it, Mr. Tsutsumi. She's going to get the wrong idea.
Whoa, that's amazing, Mio! You're a professional!
You think?
Totally, you're cool even in the face of death. That's awesome!
When you put it like that, I'm not sure how awesome it is.
So a curse was used here, which means the curse bearer must have been on the scene, too. It's usually easier to let Ario do the talking when it comes to young people, but we only have a day. It'll be quicker if I take the reins this time. But he did manage to win them over with the promise of food. Let's see how this plays out.
This is one hell of a coincidence, huh? That this random girl you know is already involved with the case?
Turns around immediately. Sushi, huh? Well, if that'll solve the case, it's a small price to pay. I'll just expense it to Paranormal Affairs later. That's hilarious. Mio Kurosuzu. She's like a disciple of the Paranormal Affairs chief. I've heard that she helps out with the investigations free of charge under the guise of training. Although she's my old boss's protege, she helped me out plenty when I was in Paranormal Affairs. She may look meek, but she's got a strong spirit sense, sharp instincts, and courage. Plus, quite the brain to back it all up. That said, I can't help but think there's some kind of darkness following her around. She's certainly well versed in the paranormal. I just can't get over the darkness. So this is Yako Sakazaki. She was with Mio. Could she be a friend? Did Mio finally make a friend?
Oh my god, I'm so proud of you, Mio!
If she did, it would do this old man's heart good. but I better not say that out loud. Don't want to make her look bad.
You gotta call it an early night because of an early chemo appointment, but you hope you have a fun stream. Well, thank you for hanging out, and good luck on your appointment, and sleep well.
Yes.
Oh god, my bitrate! I just
You're
dropped
my
a couple
bitrate.
thousand frames, what the heck?
So how much have you been able to figure out?
Have you just been burping?
No, that was my drink. I didn't burp.
Huh. Oh, you're right, because it's in like a juice box type packaging. It makes a noise and the mic is picking it up.
Well, fuck you.
Well, I know what happened around midnight last night. Someone invoked the Feast of Shadows, which boosts the power of curses, then brought forth the 7 mysteries of Honjo. That allows even those who do not have the power to cast curses to gather soul tracks for the rite of resurrection. At least, that's my hypothesis.
Sounds about right so far. I'm sure you know there are actually 9 mysteries, not 7. When the Feast of Shadows was cast, curse stones appeared before those who wanted to write the locations of the 7 mysteries. We managed to gather 3 curse stones so far, including the one I got first, the Evergreen Beach.
You got 3 already? Wow. We have the curse stone of the Fool's Procession. Well, Yako, the girl standing behind me, does.
That's me! Yako, the girl standing behind me, yo! She does? Is she alright? We could take it off your hands.
Well, the Feast of Shadows has no effect during the day, and there's still something I want to find out.
Alright, we'll leave the Fool's Procession with you two then.
Thank you. Please keep collecting the other curse stones. I'll be looking for a way to stop the Feast of Shadows.
Okay, got it. That should make things go more smoothly. What about the other curse bearers? Have you run into any of them? Well, last night at school.
You were here last night?
Yes, you see...
Huh.
You two were using a spirit board? That's so cool!
So that's when you ran into the curse echo. I'm glad you survived that encounter.
Somehow, we managed to get away without accidentally setting it off. The cursed echo we saw took the shape of a woman missing an arm and a leg.
What? A woman missing an arm and a leg? That's the one-sided raid! This is bad!
Huh? What's so bad about that one?
You idiot thing! The curse bearer of the one-sided read is... Fumichika Nejima. He admitted it himself. That's his curse.
Oh, that's right! Wait, but if that's the case...
Nejima might have been here last night.
What?
I mean, it's possible he was lying to us, but...
What?
Who's Nejima?
No clue.
Watching these two grown men freak out over a guy's name. Wait, actually.
Sushi, huh? I'll just expense it to the sushi department. So Nejima is trying to take advantage of the Feast of Shadows for his own nefarious purposes.
Huh? He said he's going to massacre the city at sundown today?
And he's trying to get your daughter too? That's why we've been trying to find him, but to no avail. Honestly, this information has been the most useful we've gotten so far. So just to be sure, could you tell me who else was at the school last night?
Well, as far as we know, there was us, Mr. Jonoichi, or Jonochi, not Jonoichi, and one of our classmates, he told me.
Don't forget old man Ashimiya.
Wait, Hitomi? You mean Hitomi Okuda, second year student?
Well, yes. Why?
Boss!
So she was here last night.
I saw Hitomi earlier, though, and she didn't seem like a curse bearer to me.
You did? Did you talk to her?
Yes.
Would you mind if we asked you a few questions about that?
Hitomi said she didn't want to talk to the police because she was afraid she'd become a suspect. So I can't tell you anything unless you swear you won't drag her into this.
Ah, I see. Don't worry, this is about a different matter.
A different matter? You mean about that police officer, Mr. Yoshimi?
You know about that? Did Hitomi say something about him?
Yes, she did, actually. If we were talking about people who were at school last night, there was one more person, though I'm not too clear on the details.
There was someone else?
Apparently, Hitomi actually saw Mr. Junochi getting cursed and killed last night.
What? Talk about some vital information.
What she said happened was...
Michio was the one who killed Mr. Jinochi? Ugh, are you sure it was really Michio that she saw?
Well, that's what she told me. I wasn't there.
That must mean there was another curse bearer here last night. Jonochi was killed by a curse, so someone had to have been here, whether it was Michio or not.
Damn, boss, do you think it could really have been Michio's ghost? I mean, based on what we've heard, she does have plenty of reasons to be vengeful.
Just because of paranormal...
He said calm
Exist
down
doesn't-
first.
Calm down! Just because the paranormal exists doesn't mean just anything is possible. It's still possible that Nejiba was behind Jonochi's death. But what about Hitomi's story? Jonochi was almost definitely killed by a curse. But I wonder about the exact cause of death. If the curse's origin and the cause of death are connected, it could give us another lead. About this janitor, Ashimiya, was it? How old is he? Do you know how long he's worked here?
Huh? Why are you so interested in him all of a sudden? I only just transferred to this school, though, so I have no idea.
He's around 50 years old. He came to our school about half a year ago. No one knows what he did before, so there are all kinds of rumors about him. I see. Thanks, I'm starting to get a better picture of all this.
Huh?
Listen up. It's not uncommon for former prisoners to find work under an alias after their release. The notoriety attached to their former name can get in the way of proper rehabilitation, you see. What are you? No way! Ariel! Have the officers apprehend the janitor. He worked the night shift, so he might still be in the overnight room.
Yes, right away. Boss, bad news. Apparently the room's been empty all morning. Sounds like they've been looking to question Ashimiya too, but couldn't find him anywhere.
No.
That all but confirms it. Just one more thing to check. Are there any photos of this Ashimiya? The old man seriously hated getting his picture taken. He'd always avoid it. Ariel! Call an urgent search for Makoto Ashimiya. We can't let him get away.
Yes, sir. I'll contact HQ right away.
Oh my, I didn't expect this at all.
Yeah, how could that old man have been some horrible criminal mastermind? I can't believe it. And a curse bearer on top of that?
To think he was so close to us this whole time. Ugh, it gives me chills.
A guy like that really shouldn't have been allowed to work at a high school.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It doesn't matter who... Oh, yeah. Rehabilitation. What he did, he should have never been around high schoolers ever again. Let's hope
Well,
it
yeah.
isn't already too late.
That's the whole thing of, like, he dodged his parole officer, and it wasn't reported.
He was working there for 6 months! Oh!
Yeah, but his parole officer was... We learned that his parole officer was only keeping up with him in his house, and then he moved out, like, a week ago. Or a month ago? And then they just couldn't keep track of him after that. And it's just like, bruh.
I may have shown Ashimiya my curse stone last night. What?! I don't like this one bit. Nejima did say he wasn't specifically targeting curse bearers, but...
I'm glad nothing happened to you.
Wait, but then... Could it have been Old Man Ashimiya who attacked you in the hallway? Ah! I almost told him you were still in the building, too!
What? You did?
Yeah, it's a good thing I didn't say anything. You might have gotten very lucky there, kid.
This is too much. I hope they find him soon. Come on, long arm of the law, help us. To put a stop to the Feast of Shadows, it would help if I knew more about how the curses of these 7 mysteries first came about.
In that case, you're probably best off talking to that crabby researcher guy.
You mean Mr. Araishi? I would very much like to talk to him.
Ah, right. He's a teacher here too, isn't he? You would know him already. He might be more inclined to talk if it's one of his students doing the asking.
Do you know where he is?
I do. We tried to talk to him, but he refused to cooperate. But you two should give it a try. He's at his usual cafe working on his papers.
The cafe. Oh, Kurokikyo Cafe in Kamezawa? Thanks. We'll head over there now.
School rules say we're not allowed to go to cafes, though. Don't worry about it. I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Huh? That's all it takes?
There must be a mastermind behind everything. Someone who orchestrated all this for a reason. I want to find out why. Hitomi did say that Mr. Yoshimi entrusted her with something.
He did? What was it? Yoshimi gave her a talisman?
Yes, apparently he also asked her to look for another one just like it. One that Michio had.
What kind of talismans could they be, boss?
Doesn't ring a bell. But if Yoshimi was talking about him with his dying breath, they must have been pretty important.
Did they find a talisman on Michio where her body was found?
I'll check, but if they did, Yoshimi would have had plenty of time to retrieve it before he died.
Right.
Would you consider giving us Hitomi's contact information? I'd like to talk to her more about this talisman.
I'm not sure. She never opened up to anyone except Mr. Yoshimi.
I'm no good, huh? I was friends with Yoshimi, though.
You don't seem like too bad of a guy. Not all that scary for a cop. But I doubt that'll be enough for her. She really doesn't want to end up becoming a suspect.
To be honest, she was even a bit wary of us.
Well then. Do you think she'd talk to Yoshimi's fiancé? Haven't they met before?
Oh, they have. She told us about that. Yes, she might be willing to talk to her.
Alright, then we better find her fast.
You haven't been able to reach her? That's a little worrying.
Mayu Chozawa. I'll let you know as soon as we manage to contact her.
Okay, I'd be willing to give Hitomi's contact information to her. Oh, right. One more thing. Hitomi told me that Mr. Yoshimi gave her instructions in the event that something happened to him. He told her to give the talisman to Mr. Nakagoshi from the police headquarters.
What? So it was a Nakagoshi case? Why would Yoshimi tell her that?
Could you check on that?
I will, but I don't know if they'll pick up when I call.
Is he with the Paranormal Affairs Bureau?
Well, yes. Nakagoshi's the chief, but he's almost never in, so I don't really know the guy. To be honest, I'm not even sure he exists, or if he's just a figurehead. I've never spoken to him myself. All of Paranormal Affairs cases are referred to as Nakagoshi cases.
Jeez, what's up with that?
The amulet Hitomi was looking for may be the missing puzzle piece to this mystery.
What was that thing you mentioned about Michio earlier? Something about a grudge? Do you know anything about her?
What's your relation?
I'm her friend. I was actually planning to resurrect her at first. Ah, I see. We gained quite a lot of information from you two. It's only fair we share as well. Tell her, Ariel.
Alright. Keep in mind that this is just a theory, though.
Okay.
After re-examining the crime scene, Yoshimi concluded that Michio's death wasn't a suicide, but a vehicular collision.
Wait, what? An accident?
Being hit by a speeding truck or van would have resulted in similar injuries. The investigation was ordered by Yoshimi, so it seems he had his doubts about it being a suicide.
What? A van? Speeding?
Yako, what's wrong? Are you okay?
Calm down!
She gets hit by a truck right in front of them. A van. There's a young man in the driver's seat. And the passenger seat, there's a woman?
Yako!
Yes? Wait, was I?
Are you back now? How do you feel? You're covered in sweat.
Yeah, I'm okay. I think. Sorry, I went a little crazy there.
It's no problem, as long as you're okay. That was quite the surprise, though.
Yoshimi talked to you about Michio, didn't he?
Well, he didn't give me any specifics, if you're wondering about that. So I don't know what was truly on Michio's mind either.
Right.
Do you have any idea why Jonochi was so scared of Michio?
Well, about that.
I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but
I see. Well, I half expected it was something like that. Thank you for telling me.
sorry. It's hard to explain.
I wonder what he got his hands on to be able to blackmail her like that. Michio, what happened?
This is one hell of a coincidence, huh? Alright. Oh. Hey boss, forensics is calling. I'll go see what they have to say.
Sure, thanks.
Boss, they found this on the ground a short distance away from the scene.
What is that? A ribbon?
Yeah, the kind you use to tie up your hair.
What? I've seen that ribbon before.
You have? Go on then.
That's a ribbon Michio always used to wear. What?
Doesn't that mean that Machio was here?
Are you sure? Definitely. I have the same one at home. We bought them together. That has to be hers. Then did she come back to life somehow?
But how?
If I was Michio and came back to life, where would I go? That's the question. She got revenge on Jonochi, but she may have more revenge to dish out.
Is there anyone else she'd have a grudge against?
Well, what about that guy who killed her in the collision?
If she really did come back to life, then it's terribly sad that she's spending her new chance at life like this. Being obsessed with revenge is such a tragic way to live. I'm afraid that's all we can tell you.
Don't worry, you're a big help. Thank you. We should start our search for Nejima and Mayu Chozawa.
Might be worth it to check Michio's house as well, just in case.
Let's use the school as our base of operations. If anything happens, go to one of the officers hanging around here.
Got it. Thank you and good luck. We'll go talk to Mr. Ariishi about a way to lift this curse.
Alright, boss. Let's get going whenever you're ready.
We'll leave the curse lifting to the girls while we go look for Nejima and Chozawa. It's also the matter of Yoshimi's talisman. But we won't get anything done staying here. We better get a move on.
Oh my god, I was just like, oh yeah, I guess we'll move to the school, and that ended up being the place that we were supposed to go. Dead or alive, or Semen?
I want to see Dead or Alive. Probably because we will also have to stop soon.
Yeah, we're making good progress, though.
Yeah, but this is probably a 20-hour game. Something like that.
Yeah. I guess you can be Tsutsumi now. Even though he's not the main character in this angle, I guess. Ma'am, allow me to introduce one of our country's most elite detectives. The name's Junario. I'd hardly call myself elite, but either way, it's nice to meet you. This here is the brilliant Chief Inspector Tsutsumi. And yes, he's just as rough and tumble as he looks.
Sometimes I really don't know if you're complimenting or putting me down. So, are you two detectives?
This is my client, Mrs. Haruo Shigima. Her father's a big deal in the police himself, so remember to mind your manners. A bigwig named Shigima. Boss, you know of this guy?
Shit, I've heard the name, but I don't keep track of who's who in the upper echelons. There's no need to worry. I am my own person after all, and my father has nothing to do with any of this.
Ooh, did you hear that, boss? Looks like you're getting off easy again this time.
Don't make it sound like I'm involved in some shady business. It ain't like that. You both seem rather jovial despite being detectives. How rare. All the police officers I've met have always been so dull.
Well, you won't find any dull cops here. We'll round up all your criminals with a smile. That's our motto.
How lovely. Keep it up. Just hold on 1 second. This is the first I'm hearing of that.
Well, you're right about them not being your typical detectives. I'm looking for birds. And then Tsutsumi goes, oh, me too. Speaking of, damn, there was one here. Lucky, that's number 12, the Royal Kingpin Gwyn.
Oh, that's so.
Amazing.
Seems they were acquainted, but also like they haven't talked in a long time. I thought we might cause trouble standing in the middle of the street talking like this, but so far we haven't drawn attention. Then again, that might just be because nobody wants to get involved in the case. A young and energetic detective, he seems to have a strong sense of justice. If my son had the chance to grow older, perhaps he would have become an officer like him. He seems like he's got a lot of experience working the streets. Most of the officers I know are the bureaucratic desk jockey types. The contrast is rather striking. So these detectives are out here because of the recent string of strange deaths. It's best we keep quiet about our involvement with the curses. I guess knowing how to deal with cops is also part of an investigator's job.
Not quite. The two of us used to be comrades, is all.
Comrades.
That's right. Richter used to be part of the police force himself. He quit a few years ago to go solo.
Is that so?
You should give it a try, Ariel. There's more freedom in working as a private investigator. Can't say much for the quality of life, though. It's been 2 years, right? I hadn't heard of you since you quit. How's Ernestine? Don't talk about her. Get that name out of your mouth.
You government dog.
How dare you speak my bird's name? I didn't think your business would last, but here you are. You sure you don't want to return to the force? We'd take you back with open arms. What, to sit on my ass and watch the birds fly? Take a pass. I don't belong in that world. I'm too fabulous for the police life.
True and real.
Come on, Richter, we need your talent. The public needs you. Nah, you don't. This is my calling. The police will manage just fine without me. They'll keep on tying up all your loose ends. Same the little birdies you abandon.
You and the freaking birds! And then they start boxing. Can't believe you were actually part of the police force once.
There's a story behind everything, ma'am. I don't regret my time on the force.
Dog versus daughter!
I wouldn't have the connections I have today without it. What brings you here, Richter? You want a case? That's right. I'm picking up the police's slack. I trust you remember the kidnapping and murder case from last year.
Oh, I remember now. You're that Haruo Shigema from the kidnapping case.
Huh? Did I miss something?
Don't be an idiot. It was the case where Munesada Shigema's grandson was kidnapped. Which must have been your son, ma'am.
Indeed, the story was suppressed by the news. In the end, it was considered a huge failure on the police department's part.
Most of the investigation was conducted in secret. And unfortunately, the department is unwilling to reopen the case.
Any investigation carried out afterwards turned up nothing at all, which is why I'm now on the job. So they never caught the culprit, huh? That's rough. That's rough, buddy. Sorry about your son. So your findings have brought you to this place then. That's right. An individual connected to the case used to live around here. Used to? That's right. As of last week, they're deceased. We'd hoped to talk to the family. No one was home when I checked last time, so we figured we'd try again. Interesting. Sure doesn't look good on the police to be mishandling cases like these. If there really was a culprit, it should be our responsibility to bring them to justice.
Well, I do consider the police my people. So you consider the blame to be shared. You've got a stern side as well, I see.
It sure doesn't look good on the police to be mishandling cases like these.
By the way, ma'am, this might be sudden, but there's something I'd like to confirm with you. And that is... Do you happen to know anything about the 7 mysteries of Honjo?
Sorry, Chief, but that's hardly.
With all due respect, investigator, I think my question was addressed to the lady.
If you insist.
What do you say, ma'am? Can you tell us anything? What do you want to do? Oh wait, he can tell... Yeah, he can tell if we're lying, so it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah!
Unless it doesn't work at...
That's a good fucking question. I don't think it could kill her, but I don't know if he knows.
Would he be able to tell if we're lying during the day?
I don't know!
I've heard of the 7 mysteries, but the talk of curses eludes me. Is that so? I guess he can't tell because it's not... Well, I'm sorry for the intrusion. Come to think of it, I heard some things about this area last night. Something about a strange yet conspicuous man dressed in white loitering around.
That's me! Wait a second.
I assume they were talking about you, investigator.
Well, I won't argue that I'm strange and conspicuously dressed in white. And as it turns out, I was out here last night to conduct my investigation.
Did you run into anything strange or out of the ordinary?
Out of the ordinary? I guess I did observe a few suspicious characters. You were asking about curses just now. Why would a public servant be interested in the occult? Boss, Richter's a smart man. He can help us if we tell him what we know. I can't promise I'll be of any help to you, but I'm interested in hearing what you got to say. Something is happening in Honjo, isn't there? It must be something big if they've got your head office guys on it.
Well, I guess it's alright. Desperate times calls for desperate measures.
Thank you, boss. Listen closely to what we're about to say, Richter. Huh. So by using curses to commit murders, these people collect soul dregs to perform the rite of resurrection? And these curse stones are somehow connected to the 7 mysteries of Honjo. It's a tough story to swallow, but I don't see a reason to doubt you either. We figured the strange occurrences happening around here recently are connected to these curses. To get this situation under control, we've been searching for the curse bearers to confiscate their curse stones. Do you have any information that might help us? That's tough. I never expected curses and other mumbo-jumbo to play into this all. But if we're talking shady characters... There was this middle-aged fellow I saw on South Warigasui Street. He had an average build. He was anxious, like he was searching for prey. Boss, what do you think?
Well, considering the location, it could have been Hideki Araishi. We already got his curse stone.
Impressive. You two are working quick.
Did you see anything else?
Not that I can remember.
That's a shame. If you see any characters who look like they might be carrying a curse stone, it'd be a huge help if you'd let us know.
Absolutely. I'll let you know if I find anything. Richter, perhaps you could lend a hand on our case too? There's a number of people we can't track, and finding missing persons happens to be your specialty, no? I hate to disappoint you, but I'm busy enough with this case. The faith of my client is what keeps me afloat. I have to prioritize requests by the order in which they come. I see. What if we told you that everyone in the city is going to die at dusk? I can't say that's not fair.
Too bad. So sad.
Too bad. That has nothing to do with the kidnapping. Bye. What do you need a private investigator for anyway? The cops should have plenty of bright folks to throw at the job. True, but this isn't an ordinary case we're dealing with here. Huh? By the way, that reminds me, Richter. Yes? You said the person who used to live here died last week. You wouldn't be referring to Michio Shiraishi by chance. You knew? I thought so. Seems like we're here for the same reason then. Seriously? Michio was involved with curses and magic? Strictly speaking, the curse part isn't our concern. We're looking into Yoshimi's case. Yoshimi? Oh, right, Hajime Yoshimi's. That's right. He died on the job. I'm sure you've heard of it. I heard. It was a most unfortunate loss. So, there's a connection between Hajime Yoshimi of the Juvenile Division and Michio.
Well, hold on. Let's focus on Michio for a second. You think she had something to do with the kidnapping?
Talk about unforeseen developments. Exchanging information should prove mutually beneficial. I almost read that as mentally beneficial. I'll tell you what I know, but in turn, I want the full scoop on your findings concerning Michio. Sure, to tell you the truth. What? You believe Michio's ghost is the one who killed Mr. Janochi? So he wasn't just mumbling nonsense? I love June just like, hey, no need to yell, buddy. I mean, we haven't fully confirmed anything yet. But the testimonies we've heard and the evidence we've found point in that direction. Testimony? You mean from those, psychic high schoolers? Didn't they also say there was a chance Michio hadn't killed herself? Wait, if that's all true, then... Did you figure something out? Kankichiro Iwai! Huh? Everyone's just like, yo, dude, stop screaming in the street! Kankichiro Iwai! He'll be the next victim. We have to open the door to the Shiraishi's house. We need to look inside. Hey, what's gotten into you? Boss?
I'm sure the landlord would give us the key if we asked.
Screw that! You know how long that could take? We can ask for permission later. We's about to find a dead body in there, aren't we?
Richter?
Several dead bodies. Hey, Richter, calm down! We can't just...
There's not enough butt in this game.
Take that, you shitty door! That's how you do it! Richter, get a hold of yourself! I see you're still the same as always. Everyone, come quick! Look at this! Whoa! What's up with this room? Boss, there's a dead body in here!
Whoa, could that be Michio's dad?
Nah, he's her stepdad at best, if that. It's gotta be the body of Kankichiro Iwai. There's no doubt about it. This man's a goner. He's gotten real messed up.
He's a goner.
Looks like he's been like this for a while. I'd say it happened last night. Ario, did you find Jonochi's body in the same state? Now that you mention it, it looked as though Kohei Jonochi had died from a number of heavy blows.
What are you suggesting, investigator?
It was Michio Shiraishi. She's alive. She used the power of the curses to get back at the men who ruined her life. That's ridiculous! You're suggesting she actually revived? It's got to be that. And if she's alive, then... My apologies for interrupting. I know we've just arrived at an interesting plot point. But do you really think a dead girl is going around taking revenge from beyond the grave? Consider this. What if Michio Shiraishi never died? But seeing as you've come this far, I'm sure you already know the truth, don't you?
Shogo is actually Michio.
There is next to no basis for this, but what if... Because Shogo turned his back...
Lemon Goalie is playing Papers, Please.
What if... When Shogo turned around... Toko did curse him. And that's why he died at the end. She didn't actually... The cursed stone, she was manipulated into doing something. Or she manipulated him into doing all that. I don't know. Because maybe these guys' deaths were Fool's Procession. Because there's one thing that I don't understand with Yako. She was just standing outside of her store asleep. Right? And all these people died last night.
That's true. And she does have the hairband.
Yeah. Because we can't actually, unlike the first prologue chapter, we can't actually look at everyone's curse stones to see how much percentage they've been filled up. So we don't actually know if anyone's killed anything. And because of the whole thing at the start of how many people did Shogo kill, and the answer that was correct was 0. What if we are possessing people who have the curse stones, and we can choose to make them kill people, but we're trying to actively make them not. But then there are people like Michio who are using the curse bearers to get to get at people. Because they keep mentioning this thing about possession and how it's like, you can't, no, there is no recorded proof that anyone's ever been fully possessed. But there's still some unexplainable things here and there. I don't know. And so I would have you answer me a question. Where in Honjo was Michio Shiraishi at the hour of 8 o'clock this morning?
Wouldn't it be the candy store then? Because isn't that one...
I see. Very well. Congratulations, you are correct.
I mean, that's... That would be it of the...
Yeah.
Of what the whole thing with the how many did Shogo kill, that would be the hint. Or maybe in that one, Yoko possessed him after she died.
Yeah.
Not us. It's just... I don't know yet. It's definitely the whole someone else is doing it.
As expected, you got it in one go. Well, the cause of death was such, was it not? You must have noticed some time ago. Well, let's get back to the story then, shall we? I've taken up enough of your time. What? So you really think Michio Shiraishi is alive? Just think it through and it all becomes obvious.
It tracks, but... Do you really think that girl could have managed all this? First of all, Ario, go report to Stage Q.
Understood. I'll get on it right away.
I'll start investigating this place. It sure isn't lacking in stuff that needs to be looking at.
You mean like all the...
looking at.
Yeah.
Pictures of the dude?
Yeah, Nejima.
There's a bunch of photos of the same person pasted on the wall over there. Huh. Whoa now, hold on, these photos. These are all of Fumichika Nejima. Gross. Really? Come to think of it, he was in the papers a lot back in the day. Oh, there's even more pasted up over here. These are all cutouts from newspapers and magazines about the Nejima murders. I don't get it. Why the weirdo shrine?
Let's keep looking around. Look at these. Pictures of Fumichika Nejima cut out from newspapers and magazines. Whoever put these up was obsessed. I wonder what their intent was.
You think the Shiraishis are somehow connected to Nejima's case? Perhaps they did this as not to forget a grudge or something? It's crazy to think Nejima might be involved in all this too.
Do you think he might have anything to do with the body here?
Maybe. That man's already out on parole. He's a curse bearer with the curse stone now. He announced that from sundown today he'll be going on a killing spree. Oh dear! There's an emergency search underway as we speak. No one's yet managed to get a hold of the bastard.
So he hasn't changed his ways. That doesn't bode well. To tell you the truth, the lady here isn't completely unconnected from the Nejima murders either.
You don't say. That's right. We talked about it last night. 20 years ago, I found the hand in Sumida River and brought the incident to light. You don't say. You were the kid from back then? You were really brave. You did a great deed. Were you the detective I spoke with? I had no idea.
20 years is a long time for both of you, I guess.
I mean, it is just a long time.
Yeah. So you two have met before. Fancy that. I've been worried that Fumichika Nejima might bear resentment towards you, ma'am.
You might be right. Unfortunately, that asshole's quite the resentful type. Oh dear. That asshole, I wonder who put the idea into his head. Now he's got the one-sided read, too. He's threatening to massacre the people of Honjo at sundown.
Seriously?
On top of that, he's been itching to get revenge on me as well. Of all the things, a man's gone and threatened to kill my daughter.
Damn, that's quite the threat. Certainly you can't afford to stay put here.
The fucker wants to get us all antsy. When I finally get to arresting him, it'll be with a cool head.
Not gonna give him the pleasure, huh? Well, if Iwai and Fumichika Nejima have anything to do with each other, then this room might hold a clue to Nejima's location.
Let's hope so.
The person who put all these photos up must have been obsessed with Nejima. They might have had some relation to Nejima's victims, or perhaps it was the opposite.
The opposite?
What if it wasn't loathing, but admiration?
But then...
This drawer is really old. Chief Inspector, do you mind if I look inside?
Huh.
I mean, in normal cases, only the police would be allowed to touch things, right?
Right, Ario isn't here, so let me take a look at it. There's just clothes in here, not much variety either. Can't say they were big spenders. Wait, was that Sutsumi?
Yeah.
I was hoping to find a kind of talisman in here, but I guess we're not so lucky.
I see. Thank you anyway. This sliding door leads to the kitchen. It barely fits the frame. There are old books scattered everywhere. I wonder what they're about. Many of them are written in a foreign language. It'll be a pain to look through all of these. Let's save them for later and continue to look around.
This place is disgusting. Did Michio Shiraishi really live here?
It's off-putting to look at, but I can't help but to wonder what in the world this is.
They're magic runes. They're used in Western black magic rituals. Most of the time they're useless imitations, though. I wouldn't get too excited about it.
Oh my, who knew the Chief Inspector was such an expert on the occult?
I just chanced upon that information. That girl with the spirit sense we mentioned, she's pretty informed on the subject.
Someone was attempting to perform Western black magic in this place. Pretty absurd, if you ask me. Of course, the person in question was dead serious about it all, seeing as he's dead.
While magic's often classified as a branch of mysticism or may variously refer to the likes of witchcraft or astrology, here it refers specifically to Western black magic. In the Middle Ages, the line between science and magic was blurred, with the pursuit of the supernatural considered a legitimate academic discipline. Astrology was regarded akin to astronomy, while alchemy was accepted as scientific fact and would eventually evolve into what is known today as chemistry. One discipline, however, was considered wicked and shunned accordingly: black magic. The practice of using magical knowledge to strike a bargain with demons. In contrast to the socially acceptable subjects studied by the intelligentsia, black magic was most prolific among the lower classes. It was common It was the common people who suffered the most from the ills of the day, war, famine, and sickness, which perhaps led them to seek aid from unholy powers. As heresy, these rituals and spells were nowhere to be found in the orthodox modes of teaching, but instead were recorded in tomes of dubious credibility.
Looks like the things spread around here have been like this for a while now. This ritual, or whatever, was something he attempted up to recently. Plenty of the neighbors mentioned having heard strange mantra-like noises coming from here during the night.
You think EY was the one chanting?
Hard to say. Could have been one of the Shiraishis as well. If we look through these books in the back, we might learn whatever it is they were trying to do. There are candles and stones with inscriptions placed all over. Are these tools for some ritual?
Hey, don't touch anything, you hear?
Ah, that's right. Considering this is a murder scene, we ought to leave everything as is.
All of this can be used as evidence. If anyone besides forensics toys with it, it'll cause trouble down the road.
There's nothing around to confirm his identity, but by the looks of him, I'd say he's Kankichiro Iwai.
You've seen him before?
I heard he had a criminal record, so I assumed he wouldn't have held a respectable occupation.
Is this what a curse does to a person?
Ma'am, it'd be better to not look so closely.
It's amazing.
Cruel is what it is. What do you say, Chief? Would you let me look through it if I wore gloves?
Well, it's not like I'm any help with foreign languages. Go ahead.
Thank you. Huh. This seems to be a book on Western black magic. The same runes are written here, alongside detailed descriptions of the procedures. I suppose you'd call these grimoires. It's all a bunch of nonsense if you ask me, though.
You think the CY guy was studying them, perhaps to perform some kind of ritual?
There are a bunch of handwritten notes beside the grimoires. Whoever it was, they were serious about this. EY doesn't look the type to be into this stuff, but you shouldn't judge a book by its cover.
But why would he be studying black magic?
According to the materials, this here rune is for the restoration of youth. Perhaps he was trying to become young again. This over here seems to be black magic related to resurrection. Each one of these spells requires a human sacrifice. Talk about dangerous.
Resurrection? Like the right?
I guess no matter what part of the world, people will turn to the occult for similar reasons. Hmm?
What is it?
This looks like a journal. It's probably EY's.
A journal.
Mm-hmm. His writing is surprisingly thorough. It's almost as if he was writing a report for someone. Oh, wow. Now this is something.
What is it? What did he write?
This is quite the find. Let me give you a summary. So, this Kankichiro Iwai fellow, he'd been searching for a spell to restore youth for years.
So he was into black magic from the start.
He believed if he could learn to successfully perform the spell, he could then use it to earn a fortune. To tell you the truth, it seems he was already getting funded after he acquired this grimoire.
You don't say. This is starting to sound kind of familiar.
But first, let's find out how he got his hands on this grimoire. It seems that Nejima told him where he could obtain the book when they were both in prison.
What? That's nearly too much of a coincidence.
Likely not coincidence. It seems like Iwai took an interest in the Nejima murders after it made the news. He admired him rather passionately. You might even say he worshipped the man.
Worship? Nejima of all people?
This was a time when students were itching to rebel. Anyone who did something to shake the world was bound to gather admirers. EY had been collecting these photos ever since that time. And since he just so happened to land in prison at the same time as Nejima, he made sure to get in contact.
This is a lot. I mean, even having it all laid out like this. Thought of being involved. The thought of Nejima being involved with these grimoires is staggering. I don't think we ever had anything pointing to that. What's the connection?
To be honest, it's a shock to me too. For years, we've been scratching our heads over the motives behind the Nejima murders.
Yep, it's been a mystery to us all from the very start. Whoa now, just 1 minute. Do you think... No way, are you saying...
That's right. The murders might have been for a ritual. He was attempting to perform black magic. The instructions written down for the sacrificial offering match up exactly with the acts carried out by Nejima.
You've got to be kidding me. So that sadistic crap he was doing was all for black magic?
That's what the evidence suggests. However, Nejima tried to do some type of resurrection ritual, but EY had different motives. Chief Inspector, you might think this is all the stuff of fantasy, but that doesn't refute that Nejima and EY were both acting in earnest.
This is batshit insane! You're telling me that nut job did all this for some hokey-pokey resurrection? Shit, resurrection.
That means there must have been someone Nejima wanted to bring back to life.
Damn it, that's it! That has to be it! Fucking hell, it all makes sense now! What? What is it?
Can you not stand next to me like that?
Ah!
Yeah, it looks like he's yelling at her.
So about the Nejima murders. Some information that's been kept from the public.
Go on.
When we broke into his house and arrested him, we also found a baby. A baby? It was a girl. It looked to be about 6 months old. She was covered in filth. She looked so weak and sickly. We called the medics right away. If we were a second later, I'm sure that girl would have died.
So was Nejima the father?
He told us if he found her under a bridge. He told us he'd found her under a bridge. He found her? Was she abandoned? She was abandoned?
Where is she? Because it would have been 20 years. They'd be an adult. I've heard of parents threatening to leave their child under a bridge as a threat, but to think it really happens. I suppose there are those cases with the dead newborns found stuffed in coin lockers, so it's not without precedent.
Whatever the case, we never found out the truth. But there's one rumor from back then I could never get out of my mind.
And it's starting to sound more likely now.
Well, I'm sure this isn't the first time you've heard of it. Many believe Nejima's guilty of more crimes than what got him convicted. Back then, a lot of girls went missing. Yeah, I remember all of that. among the high school girls that might have been murdered, or maybe I should say sacrificed. There was a girl who was pregnant. Goodness! That's horrific! He killed her and dismembered her body. And we thought maybe the baby we found is what he pulled out from inside of her. Don't misunderstand me. This is all speculation on top of more speculation here. But if I, for one, never believed that man would just taken a baby he found under a bridge. I'm feeling sick.
Stay strong, ma'am. I know this is hard to hear.
Like I said, don't take this to be the full truth. We were running on speculation back then. Now that this whole resurrection magic has come into play, we should consider the possibility it was his child. And that maybe he was trying to revive whoever the mother might have been. It's just a theory, but my life would be a tad easier if it were true.
That's an interesting thought. If there's anyone Nejima would want to resurrect, a deceased wife is as good a guess as any. The fact that he obtained a cursed stone suggests that he has interest in the rite of resurrection.
Damn, you're right, and here I was thinking he was only after the curse's power to massacre. Chief Inspector. Yeah. What happened to the child? Without a birth registration on file, the best we could do was find the girl some suitable foster parents. It was decided to keep the circumstances secret for the sake of the child's future. Well, I'm glad she was taken care of.
I don't mean to derail the conversation, but there's still more written in Iwai's journal. We know Iwai had managed to obtain the grimoire thanks to the advice he got from his idol, Nejima, while in prison. After conducting research and gathering more information, he determined he had a chance to get rich quick.
Right, he thought he could make some money if he could successfully use rejuvenation magic.
Correct. Turns out someone him gave him the idea. Whoops. And get this. It was the one and only queen and chairwoman of Hihaku Soaps herself, Natsue Yamamori.
Wait, the chairwoman of Hihaku Soaps? So that's where this leads.
Here, let me read what he wrote. The Queen of Hihaku has a strange fear of growing old. Her fear of death is even worse. If she does die, she wishes to be revived. Okay, that's a motivation to collect the stones. And she will spend whatever it takes to preserve her beauty. Or echoes, curse echoes. Magic, rituals, and rites. She'll use whatever means necessary. Her tenacity is unbelievable. She was apparently investing money into any research on resurrection, the restoration of youth, and the like.
So she would even throw her money at the occult. The places greed will take you. Well then, that brings us to Hideki Araishi. She presumably funded his research into the rite of resurrection as well.
That's what it all points towards. I wouldn't be surprised if the Witch of Hihaku pounced at the rumors of the rite of resurrection.
It's starting to sound likely.
It might also be why she's spreading a rumor about having godly powers. It's a convenient cover for if she becomes young again.
Godly powers? What's all that about?
You can ignore that. Either way, I think Iwai took the payments he was getting for his research to seduce a family into taking him in to keep a low profile. Ooh. The Shiraishi family. Michio and her mother, Toshiko, were just his unlucky marks. And this is where you get involved. Are you feeling steady, ma'am?
Huh. This has something to do with me. Are you saying that? No, you can't mean.
You've realized, then.
Perhaps. Wouldn't it be that one?
This one?
Because it. Isn't it? Kankichiro's Iwai's living sacrifice was a child.
That's exactly it. Iwai moved in with the Shirishis to practice his magic. He needed a sacrifice to perform his youth restoration spell, but that meant extracting the life force from someone young.
Oh no. Of course. That awful man. So it was Iwai. This man.
Iwai worshipped Nejima, so he must have also despised Nejima's detractors. Not to mention he was captured and sent to jail once before. Surely he had a bone to pick with the police. So when he realized he had the chance to both avenge Nejima, embarrass the police, and acquire a living sacrifice at the same time...
Fuck! You got it. Iwai kidnapped Haruhi Shigemo's son and managed to score 3 birds with 1 stone. You're telling me that horrid man, he never had the intention of returning my child.
I thought there might have been a reason why the kidnapper seemed to be mocking the police. He never wanted money. His aim was to humiliate the force. It all makes sense. He must have used Michio to lower your boy's defenses, and then kidnapped him on his way back home.
That man, he took Shuichi. Ma'am, please calm down. I understand, but you must remember to breathe. You don't understand. You have absolutely no idea what I'm going through. It isn't a joke. I wouldn't expect the police to understand. You'll never understand. Living sacrifices. What a stupid idea from a stupid little man.
Okay, ma'am. Let's just take a moment to breathe. Why don't we go get some fresh air?
I can't believe this.
This might actually end up changing her stance on using the curse stone. She may actually want to stop people from killing, cause now it's the perspective of this guy killed her kid to do something similar. But it may actually motivate her further. Who knows? Oops. Chief, I think it's best we take our leave. But before we go, there's one more important piece of information noted in his journal.
Oh?
Iwai got in contact with Nejima last year, after Nejima was released on parole. He provided him with accommodation and financial support.
Is that so?
He managed to find a hideout for Nejima to stay in.
Damn it.
If anything, rather than use his money to support the Shiraishis, it seems most went to Nejima instead. If Nejima's lurking around anywhere at the moment, it's probably in that hideout.
Did he write where it is?
Unfortunately, no. Not that I can tell. But it seems Michio knew where it was. She never met with Nejima in person, but she was made to go in and clean up, among other things.
What good is that information? The girl's already dead. Wait, no, she's alive.
No, she's dead. She's just possessing people. That's right. Michio Shiraishi is alive. If you can find her and get her to talk, you can get her to spill the beans on his hideout too.
Not the beans. Investigator, I'm asking you.
I should be going. The lady's not well. God, what horrible information to learn. Kankichiro once made a living by placing advertisements in magazines to sell phony magic items and good luck charms. He held a nostalgic yearning for the post-war era when things and people were simple, and has nothing but negative things to say about the rapidly developing, ostentatious world of late. Radical in his belief that it would be better to tear down society and start over again, Kankichiro was discontent with his life spent poking around in society's cesspools to make a few coins. When the Najima murders were widely reported in the media, it had a great impact on Kankichiro, as he witnessed how a single act by a single man could cause a major rift in society. Perceiving Fumichika Najima as a great hero, he began collecting every piece of information he could find on the man. Kankichiro was later arrested for his illegal business practices, and a chance meeting with Fumichika during his incarceration solidified his idolization. He was captivated by Fumichika's talk of black magic, and following his release, acquired the grimoire Fumichika had hidden away. As for Toshiko Shiraishi, Kankichiro set his sights on her after encountering her at her part-time job. When he learned that the Shiraishi family was in financial trouble and could not afford to send Michio to college, he turned on the charm and took advantage of their weakness by offering them money. He revealed his true colors, however, after moving in with the family, and used violence and money to keep Toshiko and Michio under his thumb. All the while, his belief in black magic deepened, and he found a sponsor in the Hihaku Corporation. Kankichiro forced the Shiraishi family to perform various rituals, with any attempts to resist being met with merciless beatings. The mother and daughter were helpless to resist. After Hihaku offered Kankichiro great sums to intensify his work with black magic, he set his mind to sacrificing a child in order to perform a youth restoration spell. For this purpose, he chose Shuichi Shigema, the son of Haruo Shigema, against whom Fumichika held a grudge. He attempted to enlist Michio so as not to alarm the boy, and when she resisted, beat her mother 20 times. With Michio's assistance, Kankichiro kidnapped Shuichi and locked him up in the Shiraishi house, and told the young and courageous boy that he'd kill Michio if he tried to run. While his actions were motivated by a personal grudge against the police, it was first and foremost an attempt to create a societal uproar and breakdown in public order, so Kankichiro painted the crime as a regular kidnapping, demanding a ransom from the family. However, because of an embargo on the press, the kidnapping did not cause a public outcry akin to that of the Najima murders. Infuriated, Kankichiro had Toshiko perform the sacrifice ritual by threatening to kill Michio if she refused. Toshiko killed Shuichi in his sleep, but the spell failed, for which Kankichiro blamed her. Warning Michio to keep silent about the murder to avoid incriminating her mother, Kankichiro dumped the boy's body in a nearby river. The tiny corpse was found a week later in the Sumida River after floating through several canals in Honjo. Having drifted for days in the polluted waters, little evidence remained. Although Kankichiro performed no further sacrifices, his devotion to black magic only increased. Toshiko and Michio spent their days consumed by guilt, forced to continue serving Kankichiro until the day they died. So, the mother is dead too.
That makes sense.
Are you feeling better now that we've gotten some fresh air, ma'am?
I'm fine. Suddenly finding out who the kidnapper was really made me lose my wits.
We managed to solve the kidnapping case by pure luck here.
You're right, but Richter, I feel grateful towards Michio.
Because she killed the kidnapper?
There's that too. But it's for something else. If Michio is the one killing all these people, then she must have acquired quite a sizable amount by now. Soul dregs, I mean. Hey, Richter. Whether the kidnapper is dead or alive, it doesn't mean a thing. Revenge won't bring my boy back. And if Nejima is planning to cause a massacre to collect soul drags, then all the better.
This woman is gone.
I won't give up on resurrection.
Richter's just like, shit, it sucks that I'm being
So
paid for
I'm
this.
counting on you. Okay, well, we gotta stop there.
Yeah. Goodness, what a revelation though, holy shit.
I didn't expect that one to take that long.
Yeah? Poor Shogo. Martini Man Shogo.
Poor fuck.
But yeah. Too much to handle, standing by, say man. I guess we do that one next time, since that's earlier
Yeah.
in the morning. Ooh, that was my wrist. But yeah, really good progress was made. We learned some horrifying things. It's a shame that learning about the black magic ritual performed on her son didn't really change her views on the idea of bringing him back, even though it's like literally the same thing, but involves even more people to die. She is so like nihilist about it, about the thing. About the whole thing. She was the most upset ever learning why her son was killed, and that nothing she could have done would have changed the outcome. But I feel like that shattered her psyche enough to where she was like, where any other person by that point, probably, like Richter and Tsutsumi would have been like, yeah, killing people to do the rite of resurrection is just as fucked up as what this guy was trying to do. Instead, she's just like, don't care, didn't ask. Doing the rite of resurrection. I'm bringing my boy back. You know?
Mm-hmm.
It's good to know that Yako and Tsutsumi, they're like working together. Whereas it feels like so far, Haruo is against it. Like, yeah, we helped them out. We learned some things from it. But she definitely still wants to perform the rite. Whereas now I'm not 100% sure if Richter plans on being 100% on her side, because I don't know. I don't think he was like, oh shit. Because he already said he wasn't going to let her kill anybody herself. But like, the one-sided read, he's like, he doesn't want that to be pulled off, obviously, but she's just like, yeah, let him do it, and then we'll grab it, and it's like, you might be in that list of victims. We don't really know how the one-sided read works yet, still.
Yeah.
So I get the feeling she's gonna throw a wrench in some things.
Yeah, probably.
And Richter's just gonna get strung along. Poor guy.
Indeed.
But yeah, goodbye, YouTube!